Chapter 259. If Jun Xiaoyao fought seriously, his power could be imagined. Even ancient freaks would tremble in fear. For example, when Wang Chuan saw Jun Xiaoyao coming at him, his expression changed. The various divine abilities caused his expression to change drastically. He activated the minor 6 paths of reincarnation disc and forcefully resisted the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. But the supreme bones ability, the reincarnation disc, came at him again. That power was not much weaker than the power of reincarnation displayed by the minor 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Boom! 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 A violent explosion erupted, and Wang Chuan was forced to retreat. His strength had yet to return to its peak, and facing Jun Xiaoyao's full suppression, it was naturally difficult for him to completely resist. Golden divine chains of order tore through the air and turned into a golden short sword. It was the primitive Emperor Dao sword. When the sword was unleashed, it was as if it had split open the void and pierced towards Wang Chuan's head. Wang Chuan activated the power of reincarnation, and many reincarnation vortexes appeared on the surface of his body, suppressing and wearing down the primitive Emperor Dao sword. Jun Xiaoyao extended the demon wings behind his back, and with a flap of his wings, he flew toward Wang Chuan at extreme speed. He grabbed the void with one hand, and the spear of the underworld condensed and pierced toward Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan raised his hand and slapped, and the power of reincarnation surged. This was one of his most powerful abilities, called the Great Reincarnation Palm, and it suppressed everything. Boom! The Great Reincarnation Palm collided with the spear of the underworld and directly shattered it. Jun Xiaoyao once again used the Devouring God demonic technique, and a pitch-black devouring vortex appeared and directly devoured the Great Reincarnation Palm. Then, Jun Xiaoyao swept his leg toward Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan blocked with his arm. There was a loud bang. Wang Chuan was sent flying, and he spat out a small mouthful of blood. You should be proud to be able to withstand so many moves from me. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm as he suppressed again. Wang Chuan missed the opportunity to take the initiative. He retreated one step, then another. After a series of moves, Wang Chuan kept coughing up blood, and his black hair was messy. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and grabbed out. The suction force of the God-devouring demonic art erupted, forcibly pulling the world's origin out of the river of forgetfulness. In an instant, 2 balls of world origin were pulled out, emitting a powerful origin power. Damn it! Wang Chuan's expression darkened. In his era, he had defeated all his enemies and had never tasted defeat. No matter how strong the heavens' favorite was, the most they could do was tie with him. It could be said that Wang Chuan had never been in such a sorry state before, although part of the reason was that he had yet to recover to his peak state. However, Wang Chuan faintly felt that even if he recovered to his peak condition, he might not be able to suppress Jun Xiaoyao. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to reach out and grab the 2 balls of world origin, a chaotic palm print came crashing down. Heh, idiot! Jun Xiaoyao struck out with a backhand punch, directly dispersing the chaotic palm print. Li Daoxuan's eyes burned with passion as he looked at the 2 world essences. In a flash, he was about to snatch them. For him, the strongest and most heaven-defying sun, the world origins were more important than anything else. If he could gather all the 10 realms' origins, he would become a heaven-defying king. By then, no legendary heaven's favorite would be able to compare to him. So after seeing these 2 balls of world origins, Li Daoxian could not hold back and wanted to snatch them no matter what. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. With a raise of his hand, dragon qi erupted, and a lifelike, true dragon rushed toward Li Daoxian. It was the true dragon heaven imprisonment technique. Seeing this, Li Daoxian pushed his chaos origin power to the extreme. With a punch, countless chaos qi exploded in the void. Every wisp of chaos qi could crush a mountain. Boom! The moves collided, and the sky fell and the earth cracked. That powerful rebounding force made Li Daoxian retreat repeatedly. Even Wang Chuan, an ancient freak, could not block Jun Xiaoyao's attack, let alone Li Daoxian, who had a weaker foundation. Even if he was blessed with luck and extraordinary talent, it also depended on who he was facing. In front of a supreme heavens favorite like Jun Xiaoyao, who had a cheat, Li Daoxuan's cheat was nothing at all. Since you've delivered yourself to me, then I, son of God, won't be polite. Jun Xiaoyao activated the god-swallowing demon art again, wanting to extract the three-world origins from Li Daoxuan's body. No, Fairy Qingyi, help me. Li Daoxian felt a terrifying suction force that wanted to suck out the world origins from his body. Finally, a trace of fear appeared on his face. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was like a supreme ruler that ruled over everything. No one could resist him. On the other side, Ji Qingyi felt very tired as she saw Li Daoxian in such a sorry state. It was not easy to recruit the strongest, heaven-defying son. In the end, he was a fool who overestimated himself. Ji Qingyi was also helpless. Moreover, Jiang Luoli was also pestering her, making it impossible for her to help Li Daoxian. Therefore, Ji Qingyi could only sigh and say, "Brother Xiaoyao, I wonder if you can show mercy?" Hearing this, Xiao Maxian was surprised to the extreme. She knew very well how cold and arrogant her mortal enemy was. She looked down on ordinary peerless geniuses, let alone showing weakness like this. Perhaps only in front of Jun Xiaoyao would Ji Qingyi lower herself. Jun Xiaoyao's expression did not change. If it were other male geniuses, hearing Ji Qingyi's request to show weakness, they would most likely be soft-hearted and show mercy. But Jun Xiaoyao was different. He had to obtain the 10 Realms World Origins. Even putting aside the 10 Realms World Origins, Li Daoxian had snatched Yan Qingying's darkness immortal seed and had already formed a grudge. If he did not kill such a person, was he going to keep him alive for the new year? Therefore, Jun Xiaoyao turned a blind eye to Ji Qingyi's request. He did not even bother to reply. He punched out, divine power surging, and a golden divine elephant came crashing down. Puff! All the bones in Li Daoxuan's body shattered. He spat out blood, and his eyeballs seemed to be squeezed out. Jun! Xiao! Yao! Li Daoxian coughed up blood mixed with his shattered organs. Jun Xiaoyao showed no mercy. He raised his hand and grabbed. The 3 world origins were forcefully stripped away. No! Li Daoxian roared, his eyes bloodshot. The only thing he could rely on was the world origins power. Without the world origins, he was nothing. He could not even control the power of chaos. Jun Xiaoyao stepped on Li Daoxuan's chest. The powerful vibrating force directly turned Li Daoxuan's internal organs into minced meat. The strongest heaven-defying child of the lower realms, Li Daoxian, had fallen. Seeing Li Daoxian being trampled to death by Jun Xiaoyao, all the geniuses present were silent. This kind of crushing slaughter was too shocking, and it made everyone's eyeballs pop out. Ji Qingyi shook her head, helplessly. She could not fight to the death with Jun Xiaoyao because of a dead Li Daoxian. That was not realistic. Jun Xiaoyao waved one hand, and the 3 world origins in Li Daoxuan's body appeared. In addition, the dark immortal seed also appeared. Jun Xiaoyao directly threw it to Yan Qingying. Yan Qingying looked grateful. Finally, they're all gathered. The 10 lands of the lower realms, the 10 realms origins, had finally fallen into Jun Xiaoyao's hands. Previously, Li Daoxian wanted to collect the 10 realms origins and become the heaven-defying king. Now, the 10 realms origins were in Jun Xiaoyao's hands. Jun Xiaoyao's aptitude was already unparalleled. If he were to be augmented with the power of the origin of the 10 realms, it would mean that all the power and fortune of the unparalleled king would be bestowed upon him. Then, what kind of heaven-defying existence would Jun Xiaoyao become? He would probably become an anomaly in the world, a heaven-defying existence that even the heavens could not tolerate. Chapter 260. At this time, the 5 world sources within Jun Xiaoyao's body also involuntarily appeared. For a time, the world sources of the lower realm's 10 worlds all revolved around Jun Xiaoyao. In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao was like a transcendent divine king, an immortal king of the immortal world. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was like the only god in the heavens and earth. The scene before them was deeply engraved in the eyes of everyone present, let alone the lower realm elites. All of them froze where they were, as if they had been petrified. Even their breathing seemed to stop. Even Ji Qingyi, Xiao Maxian, and the other sanuses of the immortal sects who were used to such grand scenes felt a faint sense of suffocation. This was because Jun Xiaoyao's aura was far too transcendent at this time. Forget Creek's eyes were dignified like never before. His invincible Dao heart was also covered with a shadow. This was normal. If it were anyone else, they would have been sealed away for countless years. After being reborn, they would have thought that they would be able to sweep away all the geniuses of their generation. But not long after coming out, they would suffer a heavy blow. If it were anyone else, their Dao heart would be affected and they wouldn't be able to remain calm. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes swept over Forget Creek, Ji Qingyi, and Xiao Maxian. Forget Creek was on high alert, her eyes dignified. Ji Qingyi gently sighed. She didn't continue fighting with Jiang Luoli to express her attitude. As for Xiao Maxian, she also gave up on fighting. Jun Xiaoyao was far stronger than she had imagined, far more monstrous than she had imagined. Little big brother Xiaoyao, I haven't offended you too much, so please don't attack me. I'm still young and my body is weak. I can't withstand such intense devastation. Xiao Maxian pitifully blinked her eyes, beginning to show weakness. Jiang Luoli glared at Xiao Maxian. Why did she feel that there was something wrong with these words? Seeing Jiang Luoli glare at her, Xiao Maxian revealed a mischievous grin and glared back at Jiang Luoli. The two lowlists glared at each other, not liking each other at all. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about Xiao Maxian. Instead, he looked towards Forget Creek. The only one present who was hostile towards him was probably Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan's figure unconsciously retreated a couple steps, her expression extremely guarded, her expression as calm as water. Although he really wanted to obtain the origin of the 10 realms from Jun Xiaoyao, he knew that it was simply unrealistic. Even if he recovered to his peak state, it would not be an easy task to suppress Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Indeed, he wanted to end this once and for all and get rid of the river of forgetfulness. Right at this moment, the martyr's altar in the distance seemed to have undergone some sort of change due to the simultaneous appearance of the quintessence of the 10 worlds. An unusual aura emerged. The martyr's altar is changing, Jun Xiaoyao muttered. He was very decisive and directly flew towards the heroic spirit altar. The heroic spirit altar was the most important matter. In comparison, dealing with the river of forgetfulness was not that important. In any case, he could not do anything. Moreover, one couldn't forget that Jun Xiaoyao still had a chance to sign in at the martyr's altar. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao fly towards the martyr's altar, Yu, Yan Qingying, and Jiang Luoli also followed close behind. Ji Qingyi hesitated for a moment and then also turned into a blue beam of light that flew over. Xiao Maxian's eyes turned. She winked at Forget Creek and then also flew towards the martyr's altar. Forget Creek was a bit hesitant, but wasn't the greatest lucky chance that he had slumbered in the lower realms? It was impossible for him to give up. After making up his mind, Forget Creek also flew over. Then the surrounding proud children of heaven swarmed towards the martyr's altar. It was only when they approached the martyr's altar that Jun Xiaoyao discovered something. Just how ancient and grand was this altar? Looking around, it was like an ancient mountain, towering and majestic, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. And what was most shocking was that on top of the altar, there were endless white skeletons. Even after so many years, these skeletons were still as hard as iron. Some of the skeletons were as warm as jade, and some of them were as radiant as gold. From this, it could be seen that these skeletons were all extremely powerful individuals with special constitutions when they were alive, but they had all perished on the martyr's altar. From this, it could be seen that this was a land of lucky chances as well as a burial ground. Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He sighed and said, "Time is like a blade that cuts down proud children of heaven. On the road to immortality, if one doesn't affirm their Tao and become an emperor, they will become nothing more than a skeleton." Countless heroes from ancient times to modern times had all been laughed at. This martyr's altar was only a miniature version of that. Compared to this place, the emperor's road was far crueler. That was a true road, paved with corpses. Only a true, peerless, proud child of heaven could reach the end. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's sigh, Jiang Luoli, Yu, and the others were also touched. Jun Xiaoyao did not hesitate and directly stepped onto the martyr's altar. The moment he stepped onto the first step, the entire altar surged with wind and clouds. It was as if countless silhouettes of ancient heroes had appeared, and all kinds of scenes were revealed. The aura here became extremely special. Countless demonic sounds pierced one's ears and disturbed one's mind. Jun Xiaoyao was not affected. He concealed his spirit and qi and began to step onto the altar. Following his footsteps, Jiang Luoli, Yu, and Yan Qingying also stepped onto the altar. When they saw Jun Xiaoyao step onto the altar step by step, they thought it would not be a difficult task. However, when they really stepped onto the altar, Jiang Luoli, Yu, and the others' expressions changed. That terrifying pressure almost made them kneel on the ground. At the same time, there were countless silhouettes of ancient heroes disturbing them. Demonic sounds pierced their ears and disturbed their minds, making it difficult for them to completely calm down. Is it that terrifying? Jiang Luoli's face paled. She hurriedly stimulated her primordial spirit, Tao body, and felt a little better. However, the more this was so, the more it contrasted with Jun Xiaoyao's peerless and transcendent aura. Jun Xiaoyao stepped onto the altar step by step. Although he wasn't fast, he wasn't slow either. He maintained his own rhythm. Is it that exaggerated? Xiao Maxian muttered as she saw the performance of Jiang Luoli, Yu, and the others. She didn't believe this and also stepped onto the altar. The moment she took a step forward, her pure and charming little face instantly changed color. She staggered and nearly fell flat on her face. Seeing Xiao Maxian's performance, Ji Qingyi and Forget Chuan had prepared themselves in advance. But as they stepped onto the altar, they couldn't help but pale. Just as they stepped onto the martyr's altar, there was already such a terrifying pressure. It was hard to imagine how strong that pressure would become in the future. Ji Qingyi turned her gaze back to Jun Xiaoyao, who was walking with steady steps and a calm expression on his face. Sometimes the disparity between people was reflected in this. Jun Xiaoyao, in this world, is there anything that can stump you or move you? Ji Qingyi sighed inwardly. To be born in the same era as a peerless, proud son of heaven like Jun Xiaoyao, this was both a blessing and a sorrow. What was fortunate was that the proud sons of heaven of this era were able to personally witness the birth of a living legend. What was sorrowful was that the proud sons of heaven of this era could only forever live in the shadow of this legend, like an unremarkable star beside the sun. Chapter 261. The entire martyr spirit altar had 1,000 steps. Every time one climbed a step, the pressure would increase and there would be all sorts of disturbances. At the moment, Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who was able to maintain a constant speed without stopping. As for Ji Qingyi, River of Forgetfulness, Xiao Maxian, Jiang Luoli, Yu, Yan Qingying, and the others, they were slowly climbing up. They might even need to rest in between. As for those remaining, they were the other proud children of heaven. It was impossible for them to let go of this lucky chance. However, Ji Qingyi, River of Forgetfulness, Jiang Luoli and Yan Qingying were either saintesses of large sects, ancient freaks, noble daughters of aristocratic families, or heaven-defying children. In comparison, the remaining proud children of heaven were far too weak. Stepping onto the martyr spirit altar was as difficult as climbing a mountain. There were even some proud children of heaven who couldn't control their emotions. They began to crazily laugh and cry, as if they had gone mad. These were the phantoms of the ancient heroes, as well as the demonic sounds that filled their ears, causing them to go crazy. There were many proud children of heaven like this. Besides a small number of proud children of heaven with firm wills, most of them couldn't hold on any longer and began to go crazy. Ha ha ha! I am the #1 person since ancient times. Who can defeat me? A proud child of heaven crazily laughed. But in the next moment, his head exploded like a watermelon. The scene was bloody to the extreme. I got it. I obtained the immortal inheritance. Another proud child of heaven's eyes turned blood red, revealing an ecstatic expression. But in the next moment, it was like he had been struck by lightning. He fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. This was extremely strange, causing many people's hair to stand on end. Some proud children of heaven paled. They couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts and wanted to retreat from the altar. But to their horror, they discovered that they couldn't turn back. At this time, at the top of the altar, an ancient and ethereal voice seemed to faintly echo out. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. There is no turning back on the road of proving one's Tao. Hearing this voice, the proud children of heaven felt extreme regret. If they knew that the martyr spirit altar was so strange, they definitely wouldn't have stepped onto it so easily. But now they had no other choice. They could only brace themselves and go up. If he really couldn't ascend, he would sit cross-legged on the spot and comprehend, hoping to gain some benefits. The Sky Prides looked at Jun Xiaoyao, who was standing at the front, with envy in their eyes. Jun Xiaoyao had completely exceeded their imaginations. Perhaps he was the synonym of strength. When Wang Chuan saw this scene, she felt unreconciled. As an ancient freak, he naturally had his own pride. Since he might not be able to defeat Zhang Xian in a fight, how could he not be able to defeat Zhang Xian on the altar? The river of forgetfulness activated the power of the reincarnation sacred body. At the same time, the 6 paths of reincarnation disc appeared behind her. His aura immediately changed. Like a valiant true dragon, he began to speed up. Wang Chuan's actions also attracted the attention of others. Ji Qingyi shook her head. In her eyes, Wang Chuan's actions were nothing more than a battle of personal feelings. Now was not the time to play the hero. Yu and Yan Qingying sneered when they saw this. In their eyes, Jun Xiaoyao was an invincible existence. Wang Chuan wanted to win back some ground here, but it was obviously a little naive. However, at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly stopped in his tracks. This made many people look at him with strange expressions. Jun Xiaoyao maintained his position as #1 all the while, leaving everyone else far behind. But now he suddenly stopped in his tracks. It was puzzling. Finally can't hold on any longer? Wang Chuan's eyes flashed. In her opinion, Jun Xiaoyao's previous performance was probably just him holding on. After holding on for so long, he finally couldn't take it anymore. Just as the others were either surprised, puzzled, or worried. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, had a look of delight in his eyes. The reason why he stopped was naturally not because he couldn't hold on any longer, as Wang Chuan thought. Instead, a system notification sounded in his mind. Host has reached the sign-in location, the Altar of Heroes. Do you want to sign in? Sign in, Jun Xiaoyao said silently. He didn't know what good things he could get by signing in at the Altar of Heroes. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7-star reward. To She Ancient Emperor Flame. As the system's voice fell, in Jun Xiaoyao's body, a fire seed suddenly appeared. This fire seed was colorful, as if it was formed by countless divine flames, emitting a terrifying aura that could burn all the worlds. 2. She Ancient Emperor Flame. Jun Xiaoyao was surprised at first, then he was happy. The importance of a fire seed to a cultivator was not much less than that of an immortal seed, because after the Tao integration realm was the Nirvana realm, and the most important thing in the Nirvana realm was to find a fire seed, Nirvana oneself, and turn the divine palace true spirit into a small primordial spirit. This was a comprehensive transformation from the physical body to the soul level, and it was a crucial step in cultivation, and the importance of a fire seed could be seen. The stronger the fire seed, the more it could completely transform the cultivator and be reborn from the ashes. Previously, EU had obtained a rare Shenyang divine fire, which was already an extremely high-grade fire seed. However, that Shenyang divine fire could not be compared to the 2 She Ancient Emperor Flame in front of him. That was because that was a divine fire, and this was an imperial fire. The 2 She Ancient Emperor Flame seemed to be the strongest imperial fire formed by gathering all kinds of flames, and it could bring the cultivator the ultimate nirvana. Of course, the difficulty of nirvana would also be greatly increased. What a coincidence! I only wanted to break through to the Tao integration realm on the altar of heroes, but now it seems that I might be able to break through to the nirvana realm directly. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a faint smile. Even in the Jun family, there was probably no fire seed of a higher grade than the 2 She Ancient Emperor Flame. This fire seed was the most suitable for Jun Xiaoyao to achieve nirvana. Brother Xiaoyao, are you okay? Seeing that Jun Xiaoyao had been standing still in the same place, even Jiang Luoli, who was very confident in him, felt a little nervous and could not help but call out to him. Jun Xiaoyao came back to his senses and finally moved. However, this time he did not climb alone. Instead, he waved his hand. The terrifying golden blood of the sacred body of the ancients swept out, resisting the terrifying pressure of the altar of heroes. When Jun Xiaoyao released his aura, Zhang Luoli, Yu, and Yan Qingying were surprised to find that the pressure on them had decreased by more than half. Zhang Luoli was stunned at first, and then her eyes shone with unprecedented brilliance. Her climbing speed increased, and the gap between her and the others widened. Yu and Yan Qingying also looked happy. They cupped their hands at Jun Xiaoyao and said, "Thank you, young master." After saying that, they also increased their speed. Seeing this, Wang Chuan's heart shook violently. Her entire body seemed to have turned into wood. Jun Xiaoyao was monstrous by himself, and now he could even take others with him. Was there any justice in this world? Even Xiao Maxian was left dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, Jiang Luoli was on the same level as her, but now she had left her far behind. Xiao Maxian could not accept this. The difference was too great. As the saintess of the celestial demon cult, her status and strength were not inferior to Jiang Luoli's, but now she was lagging behind. She felt very unbalanced. Thinking of this, Xiao Maxian cried out, "Little brother Xiaoyao, take me with you." Jun Xiaoyao ignored this demoness. Don't be fooled by her pure and charming appearance. As the saintess of the celestial demon cult, she had cheated many people. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's indifference, Xiao Maxian said something shocking again. "Little brother Xiaoyao, don't ignore me. I live well and can do any position." Chapter 262. Hearing Xiao Maxian's words, a cold sweat dripped down everyone's foreheads. The saintess of the demonic celestial cult really dared to say anything. However, Xiao Maxian's personality was like that. Although she looked pure and pretty, she had a kind of charm. She didn't have any scruples when driving. It could be said that she was completely different from Jiang Luoli. Jiang Luoli didn't know what she meant by good posture. However, combined with Xiao Maxian's charming and innocent face, she knew that it was definitely not something serious. She spat and said, "You witch, what are you saying to harass big brother Xiaoyao?" "Jiang Luoli, are you deliberately pretending not to understand?" Xiao Maxian laughed, and scrupulously, "You Humph! Don't you dare do anything to Big Brother Xiaoyao. Jiang Luoli was angry and her cheeks were red. Some of Xiao Maxian's special knowledge was a blank to her. She didn't understand at all. No way, no way. You're obviously so close to Big Brother Xiaoyao. Don't tell me that you really haven't done anything with Big Brother Xiaoyao? Xiao Maxian pretended to be surprised and said sarcastically, You. Even if Jiang Luoli didn't understand this, she still understood what she meant when she heard the sentence. Her face was as red as an apple, but she couldn't say a word. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. This little witch was even better at driving than him. However, looking at Xiao Maxian's body, she was about the same as Jiang Luoli. Sorry, I'm not interested. Jun Xiaoyao continued to lead Jiang Luoli and the others up the mountain. Big Brother Xiaoyao, I know you have the sacred body of the ancients and are full of energy. Jiang Luoli alone can't satisfy you. I can also serve you well. Xiao Maxian said unscrupulously, trying to seduce Jun Xiaoyao with her words. Even Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. He admitted that he had the sacred body of the ancients, and the divine treasure of the kidney was exceptionally strong. But was he that kind of person? Is that so? Is that so? Jun Xiaoyao ignored him. As Xiao Maxian saw their backs gradually climb up, she stomped her feet in anger. Rather than relying on unorthodox methods, I might as well rely on myself. Ji Qing Yi's gaze was calm as she continued to climb. That's right, Big Sister White Lotus, you're the purest. Xiao Maxian mocked. Ji Qing Yi shook her head and ignored him. She was well aware of her opponent's personality, so she didn't argue. Forget Chuan found it hard to remain calm. Jun Xiaoyao's performance had refreshed his understanding of evildoers. It could be said that if Jun Xiaoyao had lived in his era, he would have been the most dazzling heaven's favorite. However, Wang Chuan was still an ancient freak of the Samsara demon sect. His temperament was far from Li Daoxuan's. Soon he adjusted his state of mind and began to climb silently. For the time being, the heroic spirit altar remained calm. Now, there were very few people who could persevere on the altar. These heaven's favorites either died in madness or were stuck in place, unable to take a single step forward. Jun Xiaoyao was still in the lead. Not only that, but he also brought along Jiang Luoli, Yu, and Yan Qingying. This was equivalent to Jun Xiaoyao withstanding the pressure of 4 people. Behind him were Ji Qing Yi, forget Chuan, Xiao Maxian, and the others. Finally, there were a few scattered heaven's favorites who were still persevering. And the higher they went, the stronger the pressure became. Of course, the faint Tao rhythm also became thicker and thicker. Finally, when they reached the 800th step, Yan Qingying was the first to speak. Young master, Qingying should stop here. Yan Qingying's originally fair face was now even paler. It was clear that she had reached her limit. Although Yan Qingying was the successor of the god-swallowing demon art and had swallowed the essence of the immortal region's elites, she was still a heaven's favorite from the lower realms. She had only grown for a short period of time, and her foundation was lacking. In fact, if she relied on her own strength, it would already be very good if she could reach the 600th step. Now, she could only reach the 800th step because of Jun Xiaoyao's protection. All right then, cultivate well here. Jun Xiaoyao nodded slightly and did not force her. Going too far was as bad as falling short. If he forced Yan Qingying to continue climbing, it would not be good for her cultivation. Yan Qingying nodded. She took out the darkness immortal seed and began to refine and comprehend it. She was confident that she could break through on the hero spirit altar. Then, when they reached the 950th step, Jiang Luoli and Yu also stopped. They could no longer advance. Jun Xiaoyao also did not force them and began to climb alone. After reaching the 950th step and above, with each step the pressure would almost double. Not only that, but the ancient heroic spirits, manifested in the void, also began to attack. A firebird spirit opened its mouth and spat out scarlet flames. There was also a creature that looked like a centipede that charged over from the void. An ancient hero spirit threw the sky piercing divine spear at Jun Xiaoyao. These hero spirits were all living beings that had died on the hero spirit altar. They were jealous of Jun Xiaoyao and stopped him from continuing to climb up. Jun Xiaoyao sent them flying with a palm strike. The golden palm print swept through everything. All the hero spirits collapsed in front of him. Ji Qingyi and Xiao Maxian also stopped at the 95th step and end. On the other hand, the river of forgetfulness continued to climb. The small 6 paths of reincarnation disk behind him was spinning. The power of his reincarnation's sacred constitution was also pushed to the extreme. He was unwilling. As an ancient freak, he did not want to be defeated like this and be defeated by the current generation's prodigies. However, the closer he got to the last few dozen steps, the more terrifying the pressure was. At this step, even the ancient freak, the river of forgetfulness, could only move up step by step. In the end, the river of forgetfulness stopped at the 970th step and could not take another step. To be honest, this performance was already very good. Since ancient times, less than 1% of the prodigies that entered the crack of the 10 realms could reach the 800th step and above. Less than 1 in 1,000 could reach the 900th step. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao, who was still moving forward, the river of forgetfulness finally lowered his head. He had lost to Jun Xiaoyao again. Be it in terms of strength, will, or talent, he was nowhere near as good as Jun Xiaoyao. Even if he recovered to his peak state, he would not be able to change this fact. Is he going to reach the top of the hero spirit altar? The river of forgetfulness's eyes were trembling. The top of the hero spirit altar was a forbidden area that almost no one could set foot on. And he knew one thing. If he wanted to open up his own path, he had to reach the top of the altar. This was because only at the top of the hero spirit altar could Jun Xiaoyao receive all the blessings of the lower realms. In addition, with the help of the 10 realms origin. Perhaps only then could Jun Xiaoyao have a slight chance of opening up a path that no one had taken before. Jun Xiaoyao is actually so ambitious. The river of forgetfulness took a deep breath. He found it hard to imagine that Jun Xiaoyao, who was already a monstrously talented and powerful, would be so ambitious. If he could open up his own path, how bright would his future be? Even becoming an emperor would not be the end of Jun Xiaoyao's journey. Chapter 263. After the 950th step of the martyr's altar, every step felt more difficult than the previous 950th step combined. Even the ancient freak Wang Chuan could only regretfully stop at the 970th step. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, did not stop moving. The more Jun Xiaoyao was forgotten, the more pressure he felt. All sorts of heroic spirits were manifested as well, intending to stop him. It could be said that, since ancient times, not many people had been able to overcome such a difficult obstacle because it was too difficult. Even the ancient freaks could only admit defeat in front of such a difficult obstacle. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold and his face was calm. The pressure of the martyr's altar didn't pose much of a problem to him. However, some of the heroic spirits wanted to kill his sacred palace true spirit and seize his physical body. Then again, it did make sense. If Jun Xiaoyao were one of the heroic spirits imprisoned there was a high chance that he would want to possess such a perfect physical body. Jun Xiaoyao's counterattack was very simple in the face of those heroic spirits' attempts to seize his body. He directly refined the chaotic divine grindstone. The terrifying chaotic divine grindstone crushed the heavens. This was a supreme soul attack, and it was extremely lethal to the heroic spirits. No matter how powerful those ancient heroic spirits were, they could only crumble into nothingness under the crushing pressure of Jun Xiaoyao's chaotic divine grindstone. Eventually, Jun Xiaoyao stepped onto the 999th floor, one step at a time. When he took a step forward and stepped onto the last floor, there was a loud bang. The entire altar of heroes began to tremble. Countless heroic spirit phantoms appeared in the surrounding void. Their numbers were like a swarm of locusts. It could be said that even the ancient freak Wang Chuan could be instantly killed in the face of such a terrifying attack from the heroic spirits. This was not giving Jun Xiaoyao any chance of survival at all. They wanted to completely cut off his path of advancement. Big brother Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli, and the others below were extremely nervous when they saw this. They were confident in Jun Xiaoyao. However, the overwhelming number of heroic spirits was no longer something that the sky prides of the younger generation could handle. Every single one of the heroic spirits had once been a peerless genius, a transcendent being. As far as the eye could see, there were over 10,000 heroic spirits appearing at the same time. Who in the younger generation could defend against the attacks of more than 10,000 heaven's favorites? It's too terrifying. No one has been able to pass through this stage. Wang Chuan shook her head slightly when she saw the scene. To be honest, he had a trace of admiration for Jun Xiaoyao. If he didn't die, Jun Xiaoyao would probably be the most brilliant genius of this era. Little big brother Xiaoyao is in trouble now. What a pity! I haven't been able to test his strength yet. Xiao Maxian shook her head, a look of pity on her face. In her opinion, it would be very difficult for Jun Xiaoyao to survive this tribulation. Ji Qingyi glanced at it and tried to figure it out. However, Jun Xiaoyao seemed to always create miracles. The secret treasure of Yuantian was like that, and so was the Heaven Dao Tower. Therefore, before the results were confirmed, any guesses could be overturned. Faced with over 10,000 heroic spirits, ordinary sky prides would probably wet their pants in fear. However, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. He stomped his foot, and the phantom of 10,000 saints appeared in the void around him. It was one of the sacred body of the ancients' sacred body phenomenon, the reverence of 10,000 saints. Once the phenomenon appeared, it suppressed the world. A series of explosions sounded in the void. Many heroic spirits exploded under the pressure of this terrifying phenomenon. Even so, there were still many heroic spirits left. Just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to use his ultimate move again, the sachet on his body suddenly appeared. This. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were filled with surprise. This sachet was the token that led him into the crack of the 10 realms. Jun Xiaoyao had previously guessed that this should be a token left behind by an ancient heaven's favorite. However, at this moment, the sachet underwent a change. A special aura appeared. A beautiful silhouette materialized in the air and stood in front of Jun Xiaoyao, shielding him. When he saw this beautiful figure, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes trembled slightly. It wasn't because of how shocked he was by this beautiful figure. It was because he had seen this figure before. This beautiful figure was a woman wearing a ghost mask on her face. Her jade body was slim and slender, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. Her skin and bones were smooth, and she was as pretty as snow. This beautiful figure was very similar to the ghost mask girl that Jun Xiaoyao faced on the 49th floor of the Heaven Dao Tower. However, compared to the ghost mask girl in the Heaven Dao Tower, this woman in front of him had a slender jade body, as if she had grown up a little and was beginning to show a peerless aura. Her again? Jun Xiaoyao frowned slightly. Why did the ghost mask girl leave footprints in the Heaven Dao Tower and the altar of heroic spirits? The red spider lily blooms in the 7-colored sky, and the flower falls to become an immortal for 1,000 years. Brother, I have waited for you in the mortal world for 1,000 years, and where are you? The ghost mask girl seemed to be murmuring, and her eyes under the mask fell on Jun Xiaoyao. Strangely, when the ghost mask girl's shadow appeared, the heroic spirits around the altar all showed great fear and moved away, avoiding the ghost mask girl as if she was a snake or a scorpion. The scene fell into a strange silence for a moment. Even Wang Chuan and the others were a little stunned. What was going on? Logically speaking, there was no chance of a comeback in this kind of predicament. However, Jun Xiaoyao had opened up a glimmer of hope. If Li Daoxian was still alive and saw this scene, he would definitely roar in anger. What was the protagonist of Heaven and Earth, the Son of Fate? This was the protagonist of Heaven and Earth, the Son of Fate. In comparison, these heaven-defying sons of the lower domain were nothing. They could not be compared to Jun Xiaoyao at all. Jun Xiaoyao himself was also a little surprised. He did not expect his luck to be so good. It was obvious that the sachet belonged to the ghost masked girl. The ghoul-masked woman looked at Jun Xiaoyao and rushed to him all of a sudden. She lifted her hand, intending to touch Jun Xiaoyao's cheek. However, she was a shadow, so she directly went through Jun Xiaoyao's face. Jun Xiaoyao's face was calm, and he was not affected by the ghost masked girl's actions. He knew that this ghost masked woman must have mistaken him for her brother. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao was also puzzled. How could the ghost masked girl's brother be as handsome as him? The ghost masked girl let out a sigh, then turned around and looked at the remaining heroic spirits. She exuded a terrifying aura and waved her hand. Endless red spider lilies bloomed in the void. The scarlet red spider lilies bloomed all over the sky. This scene was very beautiful, but at the same time very strange. The heroic spirits' faces were all twisted, and they let out sharp screams as they turned into ashes in the red spider lilies. The ghost masked girl waved her hand and cleared the way for Jun Xiaoyao. All the heroic spirits were killed, and none of them survived. Even Jun Xiaoyao was a little speechless. Was this ghost mask girl willing to be used by him as a tool? Jun Xiaoyao did not even have to move a finger, and the ghost mask girl cleared all obstacles for him. Are you still looking for the sacred body of the ancients? Check in for free. Baidu directly searched. Easy, it was very simple. =. Chapter 264. After clearing away all obstacles, the ghoul-masked woman looked back and gave Jun Xiaoyao a deep look. The look in her eyes was very complicated. There was affection, longing, and some faint doubt. Perhaps the ghoul-masked woman herself did not know whether she was lying to herself or not. Then the ghoul-masked woman's figure faded into the void and disappeared. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. He was happy to see it happen. Now, all obstacles had been cleared away. Jun Xiaoyao safely stepped onto the top of the altar of heroes. Since ancient times, very few people had been able to set foot on the place where he stood. Jun Xiaoyao suspected that the ghoul-masked woman might have stepped onto it. Otherwise, the other heroic spirits would not have been so afraid. However, stepping onto the top did not mean that one would be able to open up their own path. It was an almost impossible path. If it could be opened up so easily, the altar of heroes would not be filled with corpses and bones. Jun Xiaoyao looked around. There was only a simple stone platform at the top of the altar. There was also a scroll on the stone platform. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light. He had a guess. He went forward and picked up the scroll. After a brief inspection, his eyes flashed with joy. It was just as he had expected. The scroll was the second volume of the physical scripture. The 9 great heavenly scriptures were rare treasures. It was rumored that they contained the secret to becoming an immortal. Every heavenly scripture was the pinnacle of a path. The physical scripture was the pinnacle of the path of the physical body. Now, Jun Xiaoyao had the complete physical scripture and his own sacred body of the ancients. Perhaps in the future, Jun Xiaoyao would be able to defeat great emperors and suppress ancient emperors with just his physical body without using magic power. It was not a fantasy. Jun Xiaoyao only glanced at the second volume of the physical scripture. He did not look at it in detail. That was because it was not the time yet. He had not even completed the first volume of the immortal Daluo, celestial body. If he were to comprehend the second volume of the physical scripture now, it would be too hasty. The most important thing for him now was to transform his strength and open up his own path. Jun Xiaoyao stored the second volume of the body scripture into his spatial magic tool. Then he sat cross-legged on the stone platform. Suddenly, countless runes in the surroundings released light, and the entire martyr's altar seemed to have been activated. Rumble! Heaven and earth shook, and the universe trembled. Boundless spiritual energy gathered at the top of the martyr's altar. At the same time, waves of golden power of fortune that were visible to the naked eye continued to converge on Jun Xiaoyao. The martyr's altar could be seen as an auxiliary platform. However, what they really relied on was the talent, cultivation, and ability of the chosen ones themselves. Jun Xiaoyao, who was sitting cross-legged at the top of the altar, had undoubtedly benefited the most. He alone received more than 80% of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and the power of providence. The rest of the sky prides shared the remaining 20%. Wang Chuan, Jiang Luoli, Yu, and the others also hurriedly held their breaths and began to immerse themselves in cultivation. This was a rare opportunity, and all of the chosen ones treated it with caution. Sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, Jun Xiaoyao's body was being washed by endless spiritual energy. The granules of the giant elephant instantly transformed into dragon elephant granules. Jun Xiaoyao also grasped this opportunity. The remaining 30,000 granules of the giant elephant also completely transformed into dragon elephant granules. Rumble! In Jun Xiaoyao's body, the 100,000 granules of the giant elephant were transformed into dragon elephant granules. His strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth had also made great progress. Jun Xiaoyao's entire body emitted a holy light. He couldn't help but raise his hand, and divine light gathered. It was originally supposed to transform into the underworld deity spear. But now, a golden spear filled with radiance and a holy aura appeared. The heavenly deity spear, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. The underworld deity spear before, with monstrous hellfire and the aura of hell. But now, with the breakthrough of his strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth, the underworld deity spear had transformed into the heavenly deity spear. Not only was its power several times stronger, but it also emitted a holy aura that suppressed the devils of hell. That wasn't all. The defensive technique of the strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth, the underworld deity Aegis, had also undergone a transformation. The underworld deity Aegis had transformed into a white cloak with golden edges. The cloak was embroidered with images of gods, as if the legion of gods were chanting and emitting holy light. This cloak was called the God Legion Cloak, and was the defensive technique of the underworld deity Aegis. The defensive power of the God Legion Cloak was much higher than that of the underworld deity Aegis. The transformation wasn't over yet. The fiend devil wings of the strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth had washed away the devilish miasma of hell and transformed into snow-white wings of freedom. The wings of freedom represented the will of great freedom. With a pair of wings, Xiaoyao could roam the 9 heavens and 10 earths freely. The hellfire crucible had also transformed into the heaven and earth furnace, and its power of suppression and refinement had both been qualitatively enhanced. Other things aside, the transformation of the strength of the hell-crushing god mammoth alone was enough to make Jun Xiaoyao much stronger. The strongest spear, the heavenly deity spear, the strongest shield, the God Legion Cloak, the strongest speed, the wings of freedom, the strongest refinement, the heaven and earth furnace. As for the 100,000 Dracomamoth particles, they gave Jun Xiaoyao a terrifying 10 billion kilograms of God force. This was beyond the imagination of humans. It was so monstrous that it shocked everyone. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes glowed with joy. After the Dracomamoth particles came the Protomammoth particles. However, the Protomammoth particles didn't increase the power of the fleshly body. That was because 10 billion kilograms of God force was already the limit of this stage. Unless Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation base transformed and his life force increased, he couldn't increase his fleshly body strength without limit. The Protomammoth particles increased the power of the soul. Every time 10,000 Draco-Mammoth particles transformed into 10,000 Proto-Mammoth particles, Jun Xiaoyao's soul power would increase by 1-fold. If all 10,000 Draco-Mammoth particles transformed into Proto-Mammoth particles, how powerful would Jun Xiaoyao's soul power be? Even Jun Xiaoyao couldn't imagine it. Furthermore, when the Proto-Mammoth particles transformed, the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth would unlock another ability: summon the gates of hell. At that time, Jun Xiaoyao would be able to summon thousands of Asuras with a wave of his hand and sweep through everything. Since the strength of the hell-crushing god Mammoth is at the initial stage, why don't I transform the origin immortal bones as well? Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He took out many immortal sources and star cores and began to refine the origin immortal bones. Before fully comprehending the Tao and opening his path, Jun Xiaoyao wanted to adjust his condition and strength to the peak. That way, he would have a greater chance of success. Jun Xiaoyao summoned the heaven and earth furnace. Heaven and earth were the furnace, creation was the worker, yin and yang were the charcoal, and all things were the copper. A crimson furnace appeared in the void, as if it could refine the sun, moon, and the universe. Jun Xiaoyao threw immortal sources and star cores into the furnace, turning them into surging energy to refine his body. Every part of his bones began to emit immortal light. The number of origin immortal bones also increased. 70 pieces, 71 pieces, 72 pieces, 100 pieces, 101 pieces, 102 pieces. Finally, he refined all the immortal sources and thousands of star cores. The number of origin immortal bones in Jun Xiaoyao's body reached 140 pieces. This meant that Jun Xiaoyao's entire body, including his torso and limbs, was covered with origin immortal bones. He was getting closer and closer to the true immortal body of the origin immortal. Are you still looking for the sacred body of the ancients? Check in for free. Baidu directly searched. Easy, very simple. =, Chapter 265. Boom! Endless immortal light spread out from Jun Xiaoyao's body. The number of origin immortal bones in his body had doubled. This was not a small number. Every piece of the immortal bone of Saint of the Great Luo would bring about a massive boost to his powers. Moreover, he had now gained 70 origin immortal bones. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's skin and bones were white and shone with divine light. He was like a banished immortal who had walked out of a painting. No one would deny that Jun Xiaoyao was an immortal. The current Jun Xiaoyao could be said to be in peak condition. Next, it's time to break through, Jun Xiaoyao murmured. His cultivation was still at the peak of the consolidation realm. It wasn't that he couldn't break through, but that he was forcefully suppressing it. Jun Xiaoyao didn't break through, but once he did, it would be like a blowout. He wouldn't just break through one realm. The so-called bottleneck didn't exist for Jun Xiaoyao at all. At least before he became a sage, Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't encounter any difficult bottlenecks. I can finally begin. Let me see how difficult it is to open up a path. Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. If other prodigies stood in Jun Xiaoyao's position, they would definitely be very serious and nervous. But Jun Xiaoyao was different. He was very relaxed and didn't have any burden at all. This was an invincible confidence that represented Jun Xiaoyao's absolute confidence. His talent was peerless and he had the system. Even the protagonist of the world was only worthy of being an ant under his feet. Jun Xiaoyao's opponent was not other prodigies. It wasn't even God. It was himself. The only thing Jun Xiaoyao needed to do was to surpass his previous self and reach the absolute peak. Let's begin. Jun Xiaoyao took out the origin of the 10 realms. The origin of the 10 continents of heaven and earth surrounded him. Each origin of the world exuded a pure, primitive, and vigorous energy. It was the origin power of the universe that could split heaven and earth. This was an extremely mysterious and powerful ultimate energy. This was also why Jun Zhantian wanted Jun Xiaoyao to use the world origin as an immortal seed. Because in this way, Jun Xiaoyao could possibly control the universe's origin power, evolve all things, and create heaven and earth. However, not even Jun Zhantian would have thought of this. Jun Xiaoyao's ambition was too great. He was not satisfied with this at all. Instead, he wanted to gather the origins of the 10 realms and open up a path that no one had ever walked before. This path might be difficult, but if he succeeded, it would be a miraculous feat. Jun Xiaoyao's only goal at the moment was to become the most powerful being to have existed since the beginning of time. He wanted to transcend everything and reach the highest level. He wanted to reach an unprecedented level and see the scenery that no one else could see. For this ultimate goal, Jun Xiaoyao was willing to do anything. On the stone platform, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged like a god. 10 world origins, like 10 small worlds, revolved around him. Jun Xiaoyao closed his eyes and meditated. There was no need to elaborate on his comprehension ability. When he cultivated divine powers, Jun Zhantian and even the 18th ancestor felt that they had lived for so long in vain. Jun Xiaoyao's comprehension ability was monstrous and rare since ancient times. No complicated cultivation method or divine ability could stump him. However, this time he was not trying to comprehend any divine powers, but opening up his own path and mastering his own Tao. There was no doubt that it was difficult. Countless geniuses had fallen on this path and ended up as skeletons on the altars. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged and meditated. Tao rhymes filled the air and immortal music sounded. The providence and spirit qi of the 10 realms gathered on Jun Xiaoyao's body. The providence of the heaven-defying king also blessed Jun Xiaoyao. First literature network because he was the only person who had gathered all the world origins of the 10 realms. He was qualified to transcend everything and achieve heaven-defying feats. As Jun Xiaoyao began to meditate and transform, the other elites on the altar also had their own harvests. Yan Qingying had already refined the darkness immortal seed and stepped into the Tao integration realm. Her aura had become even deeper. Yu had refined the profound sun divine flame. The true spirit in his mind's divine palace had transformed into a tiny primordial spirit, successfully reaching the nirvana realm. Jiang Luoli, Xiao Maxian, Ji Qingyi, and the others also had their own harvests. Their cultivation realms had risen and their strength had improved. As for Wang Chuan, his harvests were also great. He was also meditating. Wang Chuan was ambitious, but he also wanted to open up his own path. Moreover, as the reincarnation saint body, he also had this opportunity. Thus, Wang Chuan was unwilling to give up. He also wanted to give it a try. Ji Qingyi and the others didn't try because they knew that now wasn't the time. If they wanted to open up their own path, this wasn't their only chance. Moreover, they weren't as heaven-defying as Jun Xiaoyao and their accumulations weren't deep. Even if they tried, their chances of success were extremely low. Thus, seeing Wang Chuan want to meditate, Xiao Maxian and the others were surprised. The two of them are quite ambitious. Xiao Maxian muttered, to open up a path that no one has walked before, that is far too difficult. Ji Qingyi sighed. There were so many skeletons on the altar. They were all proud children of heaven that had tried to open up their own paths, but in the end they had all died. I hope that big brother Xiaoyao can succeed. No, you must succeed. Jiang Luoli clenched her fists, cheering for Jun Xiaoyao in her heart. If it were anyone else, Jiang Luoli wouldn't believe that they had a chance of succeeding. But to Jun Xiaoyao, it seemed that there was nothing impossible. Time passed little by little. Jiang Luoli and the others weren't idling around. They continued to cultivate on the altar, trying to enhance themselves. Wang Chuan was the same as Jun Xiaoyao. He was ambitious and wanted to open up his own path. As for the remaining proud children of heaven, besides those that had already perished, the rest had more or less obtained harvests. Of course, their attention was still on Jun Xiaoyao. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was the one and only person in history who had stepped onto the top of the altar of martyrs, just as Jun Xiaoyao and the others were cultivating in the crack of the 10 realms. Waves were stirring in the Huangtian immortal realm once again. The ancient freak of Zulong, Princess Longji, had completely entered the world and traveled the world. In just half a month, she had defeated more than a dozen saints and immortal descendants, and almost all of them were decided within 10 moves. This was no longer a spar, but an absolute suppression of strength. Therefore, Princess Longji, who was already famous, became even more famous, shaking the entire Huangtian immortal realm. Some people even shouted that Princess Longji was the strongest pride of the Huangtian immortal realm, enough to suppress the current generation. Of course, there were a few people who were dissatisfied. After all, there was the young master of the Wang family of the north, Wang Tang, and the reincarnation of the sword demon of the Yi family. Princess Longji wasn't the only ancient freak who had been buried until now. Jun Xiaoyao of the Jun family was also mentioned. Although Jun Xiaoyao had been in the lower worlds for a while, his reputation was still there. Many people still thought that Jun Xiaoyao could definitely fight Princess Longji. However, this attracted some mocking from the Archean royalty. Forget it. Princess Longji was able to defeat the Jun family's man with polychoria even before she recovered. Now that she's in the immortal realm, who can defeat her? That's right. Princess Longji has entered the world and challenged all the prides of the immortal realm. She hasn't lost a single time. This proves that she's invincible. Zulong was promoting Princess Longji. However, her strength was indeed worthy of such praise. The immortal realm was almost the peak of the younger generation in the Huangtian immortal realm. The next step was to ignite the divine fire and enter the 9th level of the immortal realm. Not long after, Princess Longji finally announced that she wanted to fight Jun Xiaoyao. If Jun Xiaoyao didn't want to fight, that would be admitting that the son of God of the Jun family was a coward who didn't dare to accept the challenge. This made the young people of the Jun family, who admired Jun Xiaoyao, angry. Princess Longji knew that Jun Xiaoyao hadn't returned from the lower worlds, yet she released such news. She was obviously trying to embarrass the Jun family and damage Jun Xiaoyao's reputation, just as everyone was curious about how the Jun family would respond. The sequence number one of the Jun family, Jun Lingsang, stepped out and announced that he would fight Princess Longji again to protect the Jun family's reputation. This caused another uproar in the immortal realm. Chapter 266. The Huangtian mystic realm once again stirred up a storm with Princess Longji's appearance. Jun Xiaoyao, who was in the lower realm, was not affected at all. The Jun family of the ancients did not send any message for him to return. This was because Jun Zhantian knew that Jun Xiaoyao would undergo a great transformation in the lower realm. Therefore, he did not allow anyone to disturb Jun Xiaoyao. On the altar of heroes in the rift of the 10 realms, Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged, deducing and comprehending the Tao. It was as if he had been sitting cross-legged since ancient times. The origins of the 10 realms revolved around him like a great star. It was as if the moon revolved around the earth. Jun Xiaoyao did not want to use the origins of the 10 realms as a seed. He wanted to walk a unique path. His immortal seed was his own Tao. This was a different kind of using his body as a seed. Of course, this was also very difficult. If it could be done easily, so many geniuses would not have died on the altar of heroes and become skeletons. However, Jun Xiaoyao was different from the other geniuses. His foundation, his accumulation, and his Tao were incomparable to the other ancient geniuses. Jun Xiaoyao was the greatest anomaly since ancient times. His soul did not even belong to this world. As such, it was possible for Jun Xiaoyao to take such a path. Sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, the Tao of heaven and earth gathered on him. Coupled with Jun Xiaoyao's own comprehension, a path filled with mist seemed to be faintly revealed. This state lasted for almost half a month. During this time, Jiang Luoli and the others woke up one after another and completed their cultivation. Each of them had made great progress. They were influenced by the Tao on the altar and comprehended a lot. Jiang Luoli had a deeper understanding of her Yuan spirit Tao body. Yu's Yi Shen bloodline seemed to be gradually activated. Yan Qingying also had a deep understanding of the god-devouring demonic technique. Ji Qingyi and Xiao Maxian were also satisfied with their harvests. Their gazes simultaneously turned towards Jun Xiaoyao and Wang Chuan. Their ambitions were the greatest. Xiao Maxian glanced at Wang Chuan, her small face changing slightly as she said, "Things are a little bad." Ji Qingyi, Jiang Luoli, and the others also looked towards the river of forgetfulness. The river of forgetfulness was filled with the power of reincarnation. The small 6 paths of reincarnation disc was also supporting him. However, his complexion was as pale as paper, as if he had encountered an enormous obstacle. After another 2 days, Wang Chuan suddenly opened her eyes and could not help but cough up a mouthful of blood. She gasped for air like a fish that had been washed ashore. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. How could it be? How could it be so terrifying? Wang Chuan muttered absent-mindedly, unable to recover for a while. He saw some kind of great terror. If he continued on that path, he would encounter a terrifying calamity. That was something he couldn't bear. In fact, Wang Chuan only felt it for a moment, and she felt as if her insides were being shattered. This was not because Wang Chuan's will was not firm. As an ancient freak that had been sealed away for all eternity, how could his will be weak? But that great dark terror was like a person facing endless darkness. It was enough to make one go crazy. If I didn't stop in time, I might have died here and died. Wang Chuan gasped for breath, finding it hard to calm his heart. He finally understood why the altar was filled with piles of bones. That was simply a dead end. Looking at the palpitating Wang Chuan, Xiao Maxian, Jiang Luoli, and the others were all left speechless. Just what kind of path was this? Even an ancient freak had to return with a broken halberd. Without a doubt, Wang Chuan had failed. But he wasn't too disappointed. This was because Wang Chuan knew that this was a dead end. Wang Chuan looked up at Jun Xiaoyao, who was sitting on top of the heroic spirit altar. "That's impossible. This path is a dead end. No one can walk it, including you." Wang Chuan muttered. As the reincarnation saint body, there was no need for him to take the risk of death. That was not courage, but stupidity. Thus, Wang Chuan decisively gave up. From another point of view, this could also be considered a kind of firm will. Big brother Xiaoyao, seeing even Wang Chuan fail, Jiang Luoli was even more worried. Facing this sort of path that only a few people had taken since ancient times, it was normal for Jiang Luoli to be worried. As for Jun Xiaoyao, he was actually the most indifferent. He was drawing support from the source of the 10 realms to perceive the essence of the world, the essence of the universe. This was a high level of enlightenment. Originally, it shouldn't have been something that someone of Jun Xiaoyao's level could come into contact with. Even a saint would find it extremely difficult to perceive the source of the universe. But Jun Xiaoyao was different. His ambition was unparalleled. He wanted to establish an invincible Tao foundation at the most basic stage. "With the body as the seed, a Tao that belongs to me, transcending the world," Jun Xiaoyao muttered, as if he were talking in his sleep. Suddenly, his Dantian spirit sea began to shine. This was the place where the immortal seed was refined. Tao integration realm cultivators needed a Tao seed that was suitable for them. The higher the level of the Tao seed, the greater the boost it would bring to the cultivator. And Jun Xiaoyao wanted to use his body as the seed and his Tao as the foundation. This was a heaven-defying act that heaven and earth would not tolerate. Return to the source, search for the most basic mystery, and open up a path that belongs to me. Jun Xiaoyao muttered. He suddenly opened his eyes, as if he could see through the past, present, and future with a single glance. The path that was filled with thick fog finally, gradually became clear before his eyes. And just as Jun Xiaoyao was about to see it clearly, rumble! Above the firmament there was a rumble. Wisps of flames appeared and fell like a rain of fire, falling in Jun Xiaoyao's direction. How is that possible? That's the nameless hellfire. Jiang Luoli covered her mouth and couldn't help but exclaim. The nameless hellfire was a type of calamity. Generally speaking, it would only appear when a divine fire realm cultivator broke through to the void god realm. This sort of nameless hellfire was not a true fire, but a type of sinful karma. When a divine fire realm cultivator broke through to the first step of the 9 levels of sane ascension, the void god realm, they would have to resist this fire. A divine fire realm cultivator would use their own divine fire to resist the nameless hellfire. If they could withstand it, then they could step into the void god realm. If they couldn't, then they would be burned to ashes by the nameless hellfire. But the problem was that Jun Xiaoyao was only breaking through to the Tao integration realm from the consolidation realm, and yet the nameless hellfire had appeared. This simply didn't make sense. It was as if the heavens wanted to bring this calamity down on Jun Xiaoyao ahead of time and destroy him. This is too terrifying. At this stage, who can withstand the burning of the nameless hellfire? Xiao Maxian's face paled. Just feeling this nameless hellfire from afar caused goosebumps to rise all over her body. This sort of terrifying flame was a flame formed from sin. Not only could it burn the body, but it could also burn the soul. It made one feel as if they had fallen into the 18 levels of hell. At this time, everyone's eyes were glued to Jun Xiaoyao. Could he withstand this? Chapter 267. Jun Xiaoyao was not surprised at all by the descent of the nameless karmic fire. In fact, this was within his expectations. Wanting to open up a path without any risk was obviously a fantasy. Jun Xiaoyao was already mentally prepared. Fighting the heavens is a joy. Jun Xiaoyao looked up at the sky, his attitude relaxed. Immortal light surged all over his body, and the power of the 140 origin immortal bones was completely activated. Dense celestial light spread out, making Jun Xiaoyao look like a celestial being who had never fallen into the mortal world. A ball of immortal light turned into a shield enveloping Jun Xiaoyao. Furthermore, Jun Xiaoyao had also conjured all sorts of defensive measures he could think of. The azure sky, ancestral dragon armor, the cloak of the gods. Jun Xiaoyao used all the defenses he could. Boom! The nameless karmic fire fell, crashing toward Jun Xiaoyao. The terrifying temperature was enough to burn all things. Otherwise, the most terrifying thing was that this nameless karmic fire could disturb one's mind and burn one's soul. Many twisted faces appeared before Jun Xiaoyao. Long Haotian, Yang Pan, Fahai, Lin Feng, and the others. These enemies who had died at Jun Xiaoyao's hands seemed to have become evil spirits, wanting to take his life. The nameless karmic fire was the fire of sin. All the sins that Jun Xiaoyao had committed would turn into karmic fire. But Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent. Alive, you're only fit to be ants under my feet. Can you still overturn the heavens when you're dead? Jun Xiaoyao calmly guarded his mind, completely unaffected. He also did not feel that he had done anything wrong by killing so many people. A general success was built on the bones of 10,000. If Jun Xiaoyao wanted to reach the peak, he would definitely step on countless corpses. Right now, this was only a small portion. In the future, he would only kill more people. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao resist the nameless karmic fire, even Ji Qingyi, Wang Chuan, and the others were slightly stunned. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they absolutely wouldn't believe that someone could resist the tribulation of the divine flame realm at the consolidation realm. Heavens, little big brother Xiaoyao is too fierce. Xiao Maxian's eyes shined with a brilliant light. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would have believed it? Originally, Xiao Maxian and the others didn't think that Jun Xiaoyao would be able to walk down this road. But now they were beginning to waver. Perhaps they would be able to witness a miracle with their own eyes. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged on the stone platform. Although the hellfire was blazing around him, he sat calmly on the fishing platform. Jun Xiaoyao was deducing and planning. All sorts of rules of order and the laws of all things were churning in his mind. The surrounding 10 world origins were absorbed into Jun Xiaoyao's dantian. Jun Xiaoyao didn't want to turn the 10 realms' origins into immortal seeds. Instead, he wanted to use the 10 realms' essences as resources to comprehend his own Tao. Gradually, the 10 world origins merged into one in his dantian, turning into a chaotic seed. This seed could be called a 10 realms immortal seed. If one had to rank the innumerable immortal seeds that had appeared since ancient times, this 10 realms immortal seed would definitely be ranked in the top 3. This was an immortal seed formed from the fusion of the 10 realms' origins. Its might was simply heaven-defying. It could be said that right now, Jun Xiaoyao could directly refine this 10 realms immortal seed. He would obtain unimaginable support. Once he made a breakthrough in fusion, Jun Xiaoyao would immediately become the most brilliant blazing sun amongst his peers. What a powerful immortal seed! They could feel the terrifying fluctuations of the 10 realms immortal seed within Jun Xiaoyao's body. Xiao Maxian, Ji Qingyi, River of Forgetfulness, and the others all revealed looks of surprise. The immortal seeds they possessed were also extremely high level, but compared to the 10 realms immortal seed, they were far weaker. If I could obtain the 10 realms immortal seed and fuse it together, just how powerful would I be? River of Forgetfulness sighed, a trace of unwillingness in his heart. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to obtain the 10 realms immortal seed. However, what left River of Forgetfulness and the others dumbfounded was that Jun Xiaoyao didn't choose to fuse with the 10 realms immortal seed. He was using the 10 realms immortal seed as nourishment and perceiving his own Tao. Little big brother Xiaoyao is too courageous. If it were me, I would have already fused with the 10 realms immortal seed. Xiao Maxian sighed. This sort of feeling was like Jun Xiaoyao had a broad road in front of him, but he didn't walk down it. He wanted to open up his own path. This sort of thankless task wasn't something that many proud children of heaven would do. They also didn't dare to do it. This was because doing so was likely to attract heavenly retribution and a great terror. River of Forgetfulness had given up because of this. This unknown karmic fire was only foreplay. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As Jun Xiaoyao comprehended, his body began to grow. Within his dantian, it was as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. The chaos origin strength of the universe began to spread out. This strength didn't seem to belong to this world. Rather, it was born from Jun Xiaoyao's body out of thin air. As long as it was an immortal seed, no matter what rank it would be born from this world. Thus, no matter how heaven-defying an immortal seed was, there wouldn't be any problems after refining it. For instance, the 10 realms immortal seed. Although it was heaven-defying, it still wouldn't attract the punishment of the heavens. But things were different now. Within Jun Xiaoyao's dantian, a new energy was born out of thin air. This energy didn't belong to this world. This was a type of energy that Jun Xiaoyao had spontaneously evolved from his own comprehension. To the heavens and earth, this was a strange object that would suffer heavenly retribution. And just as expected, the moment this energy was born, the world changed colors. Winds and clouds surged, and thunder rumbled like a surging tide. What's going on? On the altar, all the proud children of heaven felt their hearts palpitate, as if they were facing the end of the world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the skies, dark clouds gathered. Then, 7-colored thunderbolts appeared. This is Saint Tribulation? When they saw the 7-colored thunderbolts, all the proud children of heaven felt their minds rumble and fell into a daze. The 7-colored lightning tribulation was a tribulation to become a saint. Normally, it would only be produced when one transcended the tribulation to become a saint. This kind of tribulation was a great threat to even a saint, let alone Jun Xiaoyao. This was simply not giving Jun Xiaoyao any chance of survival. Jiang Luoli, Yu, and Yan Qingying's expressions changed drastically. They couldn't remain calm because this was simply the heavens. They wanted Jun Xiaoyao to die, but they didn't want to give him any chance of survival. As expected, this is a dead end. No one can break through it, Wang Chuan muttered, but she was inexplicably relieved. With Jun Xiaoyao around, all the proud children of this era would be unable to breathe. If Jun Xiaoyao died, it would be like a mountain crushing the heads of all the proud children of heaven. Looking at the seven-colored lightning tribulation that was about to descend, Jun Xiaoyao also let out a deep breath. I didn't expect the heavens to think so highly of me, Jun Xiaoyao smiled. The more it was like this, the more he could prove that the path he had chosen was not wrong. Jun Xiaoyao did not stop there. He continued to create scenes of chaos in his dantian, creating the world. Bang! Finally, the rainbow-colored lightning seemed to have turned into a rainbow-colored true dragon, charging straight at Jun Xiaoyao. The power of this thunderbolt was enough to easily kill a saint. Chapter 268. Boom! After a deafening sound, the seven-colored thunder tribulation landed where Jun Xiaoyao was. In an instant, the seven-colored thunder tribulation spread out in all directions, making crackling sounds. Jiang Luoli's mind went blank, and she couldn't move her body at all, as if she had been petrified. Is he dead? The surrounding geniuses murmured. Ji Qingyi and the others also fixed their gazes on the top of the altar. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Jun Xiaoyao to withstand the seven-colored thunder tribulation. As the thunder tribulation dissipated, everyone's gaze froze. There was a look of horror on their faces, because Jun Xiaoyao was safe and sound. And the reason why he was safe and sound was because there was a heroic and imposing figure standing in front of him. His black hair fell to his feet, and his entire body exuded a demonic aura. It was the holy physique of the fallen. The holy physique of the fallen roared to the sky. His black hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like an unyielding celestial demon. This, not to mention the others, even Jun Xiaoyao himself was stunned for a moment. He did not infuse his soul power into the holy physique of the fallen. In other words, the holy physique of the fallen was now acting according to his own will and was not under Jun Xiaoyao's control. But how could this be? Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled. But then he remembered that when he was controlling the holy physique of the fallen, there seemed to be some clarity in the holy physique of the fallen's eyes. At that time, Jun Xiaoyao did not pay much attention to it and thought it was an illusion. But now it seemed that the holy physique of the fallen still maintained a deep level of consciousness. But why did he take the initiative to protect me? Jun Xiaoyao was puzzled again. At that moment, there was another roar in the sky. The heavens seemed to be very angry that they could not kill Jun Xiaoyao with one blow. Streaks of seven-colored thunder tribulation struck down. Each of the streaks of thunder could easily kill a sage. The holy physique of the fallen roared. He stomped his feet on the ground and soared into the sky to meet the thunder tribulation. Saint realm experts weren't allowed in the 10 realms rift. However, at that moment, the fallen Saint Physique was only using his physical strength to resist the power of the seven-colored thunder calamity. He did not have the magical power of a saint. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning struck, sacred being of the fallen. But sacred being of the fallen did not take a step back. Even though his body began to crack, he did not retreat. Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath. Without any hesitation, he took advantage of this opportunity to continue his enlightenment. Within his body, the 10 realms immortal seed had already completely disappeared, turned into resources, nourishing that lump of energy. That ball of energy belonged to Jun Xiaoyao's own Tao. There seemed to be scenes of the creation of the world and the evolution of the chaos of the universe. As this aura gradually spread out, the space around him collapsed bit by bit, turning into nothingness. It was as if Jun Xiaoyao's Tao was above all the Taos in the world, creating its own rules. Once my Tao appears, all Taos will collapse. Jun Xiaoyao was enlightened. He focused all his attention on his own body. His body seemed to have begun to evolve into a world. It was a world that belonged to him, a Tao that belonged to him, and a path that belonged to him. As Jun Xiaoyao's enlightenment deepened, the power of the seven-colored thunder calamity became stronger and stronger. Even sacred being of the fallen's physical body began to crack and gradually collapse. However, sacred being of the fallen was still like a solid wall, blocking everything for Jun Xiaoyao. This might be a kind of protection from the sacred being of the ancients. Sacred being of the fallen hoped that Jun Xiaoyao could spread the power of the sacred being of the ancients and walk an unprecedented path. For the sacred being of the ancients, all the shackles and curses were removed. Boom! In the end, the endless seven-colored thunder calamity directly drowned sacred being of the fallen. His physical body began to collapse. After all, sacred being of the fallen was not the sacred being of the ancients at its peak. His physical body had been through countless experiments and modifications. In the end, it still lost some of the characteristics of the sacred being of the ancients. Therefore, sacred being of the fallen was finally unable to withstand this terrifying thunder calamity of the apocalypse. His body began to shatter into pieces, and in the end, it exploded with a loud bang. At the moment of collapse, there seemed to be a sentence that was transmitted into Jun Xiaoyao's mind. The sacred being of the ancients depends on you. Remember, go to the sacred palace of the ancients. Boom! After protecting Jun Xiaoyao and emitting the last of its remaining heat, Yi Zichen was able to do so. Sacred being of the fallen finally completely collapsed, turned into ashes, and disappeared from the world. Jun Xiaoyao, who heard this, did not have time to be moved. He was focused on deducing the Tao law. However, he heard that sentence and engraved it in his heart. Without the hindrance of sacred being of the fallen, the seven-colored thunder calamity could finally strike Jun Xiaoyao without any hindrance. At this moment, countless heroic spirits appeared around the altar of heroes again. When Jun Xiaoyao was about to reach the top of the altar, tens of thousands of heroic spirits also appeared. Now, there are more than tens of thousands of heroic spirits appearing. There are hundreds of thousands of them. That was not a huge number. One had to know that this was a number that had been accumulated over countless eras and time. Is this really a dead end? Seeing the hundreds of thousands of heroic spirits, Jiang Luoli's little face turned pale. Ji Qingyi and Xiao Maxian also felt a chill. They knew that this path might be very difficult, but they did not expect it to be to this extent. It was no different from a dead end. However, in the next moment, something shocking happened. The hundreds of thousands of heroic spirits were not targeting Jun Xiaoyao, but roaring at the heavens. That's right, they were roaring at the heavens. All of them had once been heroes of ancient times who had made it to the altars. They had wanted to carve out their own paths like Jun Xiaoyao did. However, they had all failed, because the heavens wanted to stop them. Now, after many eras, there was finally someone who could walk their own path. These heroic spirits appeared not to deal with Jun Xiaoyao, but to help Jun Xiaoyao deal with the unfair heavens. Why should humans be trapped by heaven and earth? Why should they only be prisoners in shackles? This was a rebellion against fate. Rumble. Hundreds of thousands of heroic spirits attacked together to resist the heavens. How terrifying was this power! Even the seven-colored lightning tribulation had to retreat before it. Jun Xiaoyao was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of heroic spirits, like a god. He looked at the fallen sacred body that had been reduced to ashes and the hundreds of thousands of heroic spirits that had protected him. Even Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. In his dantian, the ball of energy was infinitely compressed and finally seemed to turn into nothingness. However, in the nothingness, a dot suddenly appeared. This point seemed to encompass all things and the universe. a brand new path gradually appeared. This did not belong to this world, but was created by Jun Xiaoyao himself. Just as this that was about to form in the sky, the seven-colored lightning tribulation intertwined and finally turned into a thunderous human face. The thunderous human face was incomparably huge and filled the sky. It opened its mouth, and a terrifying beam of lightning poured down on Jun Xiaoyao. Even though the hundreds of thousands of heroic spirits fought back with all their might, they were unable to resist and were reduced to ashes amidst the screams. Facing this final move that the heavens wanted to use to kill him, Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. His Tao, his path, was about to be formed. How could he give up now? Come, I, Jun Xiaoyao, want to compete with the heavens. Jun Xiaoyao shouted coldly and raised his hand. 3 beams of sword aura streaked across the sky and appeared. Faintly, there was a faint emperor's aura being emitted. That is Ji Qingyi, Xiao Maxian, Wang Chuan, Jiang Luoli, Yu Yanqingying, and the rest of the geniuses. Their eyes widened, and they took a deep breath. Huge waves surged in their hearts. This was the Emperor's aura. Chapter 269. Anything that had anything to do with the Emperor represented the highest of all things. The thing that could best display the might of a great emperor was undoubtedly an imperial armament. However, what kind of existence was an imperial armament? It was a strategic weapon, one of the foundations of an immortal family. It could be said that even the successors of immortal powers could not carry an imperial armament with them. Firstly, imperial armaments were too precious. Secondly, it was impossible for the younger generation of geniuses to unleash the might of an imperial armament. Hence, it was impossible for young geniuses to have an imperial armament. However, Wang Chuan and the others were rather baffled by the sight of Jun Xiaoyao bringing out 3 ancient swords. Those 3 swords were the 3 swords of Coiling Emperor. Jun Xiaoyao had already gathered the 3 swords of Coiling Emperor. However, he had not taken them out before. Now, facing the might of the heavenly tribulation, Jun Xiaoyao could only take out these 3 trump cards: Coiling Emperor Life Sword, Coiling Emperor Time Sword, and Coiling Emperor Void Sword. The 3 swords overlapped in the air and started to merge. An emperor's might started to spread out. The 3 swords of Coiling Emperor were originally split from the imperial armament Coiling Emperor Sword. Now that they merged, there was naturally no obstruction. In just a few breaths of time, a terrifying imperial armament with vast emperors might appeared. It was an ancient sword with a sharpness that could cut through everything in the world. Countless living beings seemed to be worshipping the ancient sword. The aura of time spread out, causing space to collapse, unable to withstand the might of the sword. The imperial armament Coiling Emperor Sword finally appeared in the world. Could that be the Coiling Emperor Sword of the Panwu Jin dynasty? But why would it appear in Jun Xiaoyao's hands? Xiao Maxian and the others were stunned. Imperial armaments were rare. They were the weapons that great emperors nurtured their entire lives. Hence, under normal circumstances, only immortal powers that had produced great emperors could possess them. Hence, most imperial armaments were familiar to everyone. They knew which immortal forces had what kind of extreme Tao emperor weapons. As for the Coiling Emperor Sword, it was an imperial armament nurtured by great Emperor Panwu. It was passed down from the Panwu Jin dynasty. However, it was later split into 3 and scattered everywhere. In the end, champion Marquis Yongpan appeared and obtained 1/3 of the Pan Huang sword. It was because of this that River of Forgetfulness, Xiao Maxian, Ji Qingyi, and the others were so shocked when they saw Jun Xiaoyao take out the Coiling Emperor Sword. Jiang Luoli knew about it before, so she wasn't too surprised. He actually has an imperial armament. If he had brought it out earlier, he would not have needed to fight with me for so long. He could have heavily injured or even killed me with a single strike. Wang Chuan still had lingering fear. Although Jun Xiaoyao could not fully unleash the power of the imperial armament, he could not even control it smoothly. However, Even if he could only unleash a 10,000th of the Imperial armament's power, it was enough to pose a huge threat to the River of Forgetfulness. He could even destroy his minor 6 paths of reincarnation disk with a single slash. That imitation of an Imperial armament would not be able to withstand an actual Imperial armament. At the moment when the crowd was astonished by Jun Xiaoyao's Imperial armament, a voice suddenly rang out. The terrifying lightning beam struck the Panhuang sword directly. In an instant, the coiling Emperor's sword shook, and a vast Emperor's might spread out. The Emperor could not be humiliated. Imperial weapons were not to be humiliated. Boom! This impact directly triggered the counterattack of the coiling Emperor sword. This was not Jun Xiaoyao controlling the coiling Emperor sword. Instead, the coiling Emperor sword instinctively counterattacked. A sword light shot out from the coiling Emperor sword as if it could tear through the void for 10,000 miles. The lightning pillar was directly split into 2 by the sword light. It was split in half from the middle. Just as I expected. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a smirk. He was certain that the coiling Emperor's sword would automatically reveal its Emperor's might. If Jun Xiaoyao were the one controlling it, it would be difficult for him to unleash the power of the Imperial armament, let alone resist the heavenly punishment. The coiling Emperor sword could be said to have bought Jun Xiaoyao the most precious time. The origin point in Jun Xiaoyao's Dantian finally took shape. The moment it took shape, the entire world seemed to freeze and fall silent. All sound had been sucked away. The great Tao of heaven and earth seemed to freeze for an instant. When one Tao appeared, all Tao submitted. The moment Jun Xiaoyao's Tao appeared, the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths and the endless realms froze for an instant. That's right, it was only an instant. It was an instant that could not be any shorter. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, was able to overwhelm all the great paths in the heavens in a very short amount of time. However, after an instant, the world returned to normal as if nothing had happened. However, some ancient existences felt this abnormality. In the immortal realm, in some ancient noble families, Archean royalty, imperishable great sects, and supreme dynasties, there are old antiques who had lived for countless epochs. What happened just now? Why does it feel like everything fell into an absolute standstill for an instant? How is that possible? Who is it? Is it the doing of a great emperor? No, impossible. Not to mention a great emperor, even the legendary immortals can't have such mighty power to affect the operation of the great Tao and spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What's going on? I can't capture the source of this abnormality. That's right, it feels like the source of this abnormality doesn't belong to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Many old antiques and authorities in the 9 heavens immortal realm were astounded. Some were even trembling in fear. Even the rulers of the forbidden zones in the forbidden zones were speculating. In the ancient burial ground, the terrifying creatures that had been buried for countless epochs were woken up from their deep slumber. In other words, these old antiques and living fossils would never have thought of it. The abnormality that spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths was caused by a young 9 heavens supreme who had just achieved the Tao reunion realm. Meanwhile, in the Jun clan of the ancients, those who were related to Jun Xiaoyao by blood could vaguely sense it. The closer their blood was, the stronger the reaction. This feeling, could it be Xiaoyao? Jun Zhantian's old face was filled with bewilderment. He only wanted Jun Xiaoyao to go down to the lower realm to find a world origin seed. What exactly did Jun Xiaoyao do to trigger such a reaction? However, a moment later, Jun Zhantian stroked his beard and smiled. He proudly said, "As expected of my grandson, he always brings unexpected surprises. Now, I'm really looking forward to his return. I want to see what he has done." Jun Zhantian was overjoyed. He assumed Jun Xiaoyao must have found some law-defying immortal seed that was stronger than the world origin seed. He never thought Jun Xiaoyao would carve out his own path. At the same time, in a certain indescribable and inexplicable place, a white-clothed figure was sitting cross-legged in the darkness of ancient times. His body was slightly damaged. His long hair was disheveled and covered his eyes. "This feeling, it's my son," the figure in a white robe murmured. He rose to his feet, as if he was looking into the distance. The rift shattered as soon as he rose to his feet, as if the heavens and earth could not withstand his terrifying power. The overwhelming aura suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths and swept across the past, present, and future. Even a supreme 9 heaven supreme was as petty as an ant before the figure in a white robe. Chapter 270. Jun Xiaoyao himself did not expect that the path he opened up would have such an impact. That further proved that the path that Jun Xiaoyao had chosen was the right one. At this moment, on top of the altar of heroes, Jun Xiaoyao's body was shrouded in an unusual aura. A deep origin point appeared in his dantian. That origin seemed to be the embryonic form of the universe, but also like the placenta of the world. It was as if that origin point could evolve into the universe and the myriad realms in the future. And Jun Xiaoyao himself was the creator of the universe. At the same time that this origin was completely formed, the nameless karmic fire and the 7-colored tribulation, lightning, also dissipated silently, because Jun Xiaoyao's Tao had been formed and could no longer be nipped in the bud. Of course, this did not mean that Jun Xiaoyao could sit back and relax. In the future, his Tao would definitely encounter many setbacks, because this origin was only the starting point of Jun Xiaoyao's Tao. As the origin continued to evolve, every time it evolved, it would encounter many disasters, be it natural disasters or man-made disasters. But Jun Xiaoyao did not care. His strength would only become stronger as time passed. Now the heavens could not kill him. It would be even more difficult to kill him in the future. Jun Xiaoyao was confident that he would be able to fully develop his own path. He really succeeded when they saw that the lightning tribulation had dissipated and Jun Xiaoyao was safe and sound. The geniuses on the altar were all a little dazed. This was a path that countless geniuses had wanted to open up since ancient times but had not been able to, but Jun Xiaoyao had opened it. If this news were to spread to the immortal region, it would cause a huge uproar. In any case, it would definitely be more shocking than anything Jun Xiaoyao had done before, because this was no longer just creating a miracle, but opening up a new world. Jun Xiaoyao had the potential to change the course of history. He has opened up this path. At this moment, Wang Chuan did not know what to feel. Envy, jealousy, fear, and even a trace of admiration. Jun Xiaoyao's existence had refreshed that ancient freak's perception of himself, making him realize just how insignificant and insignificant he was. In the previous epochs, as long as an ancient freak appeared, they would be able to suppress the other geniuses of that generation. They could be said to be invincible. And now, Jun Xiaoyao proved that ancient freaks were not invincible. Times had changed. Ji Qingyi's eyes flickered. She had not expected Jun Xiaoyao to be able to walk this path. This was a feat that transcended eras. As for Xiao Maxian, her eyes shined with a brilliant light. Don't be fooled by the fact that her words were usually shocking, and she seemed to be very open-minded. In fact, it was all just talk. She had never really had an intimate relationship with any man, nor had she ever been moved by any of them. She had only ever teased them verbally. But now, Xiao Maxian discovered that Jun Xiaoyao was far too outstanding. It made her wonder how such a perfect man could exist in this world. His talent, strength, and appearance were 1 in a million, and he was the best in his generation. Now he had even walked down his own path. If he didn't perish in the future, confirming his Tao and becoming an emperor might not be his limit. Xiao Maxian, who had always been a boastful person, began to have some thoughts in her heart. She began to think about how she could maintain a good relationship with Jun Xiaoyao. As for Jiang Luoli, she was naturally overjoyed. She felt proud of Jun Xiaoyao. Yu and Yan Qingying also revealed feverish worship in their eyes. This was the young master they were loyal to, an existence that had opened up an era. If they followed Jun Xiaoyao, They would never have to worry about not ruling over the world in the future. Jun Xiaoyao didn't care about these looks of awe or dread. Now he was focused on the Tao within his body. This origin point was filled with the pure power of chaos from the universe's source. This was a strength that Jun Xiaoyao had derived from himself. He didn't rely on any external objects. The 10-world immortal seed had only accelerated this evolution. This origin point represents the starting point of my Tao. In the future, it will evolve from this point, evolving into a domain, a small world, and even a boundless universe. Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself, his eyes bright. Jun Xiaoyao called this point the origin point of God, or the singularity of God. As a transmigrator, Jun Xiaoyao knew that the singularity was the beginning of the universe, the root of the evolution of all things. The origin point of God in his Dantian was the singularity of the universe, the starting point of his own world. With the formation of the origin point of God, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation realm also began to loosen. The origin point of God was Jun Xiaoyao's Tao integration immortal seed. He had fused with his own Tao, so his breakthrough was naturally incomparably smooth. Early Tao integration realm, middle Tao integration realm, late Tao integration realm, small perfection Tao integration realm, large perfection Tao integration realm. In a short instant, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation realm broke through to the large perfection Tao integration realm without any resistance. Moreover, because it was fused with his own Tao, Jun Xiaoyao felt that his body was incomparably perfect. He could use magic power almost without limit. Although the golden spirit sea of the sacred body of the ancients was very vast and his magic power was vigorous, if he kept using it, there would be a day when it would be exhausted and he would need to refine the spirit qi of the world outside. But now, Jun Xiaoyao did not need to do that. He had the origin point of God, so he could use the power of the origin point of God. It was an endless power. In other words, Jun Xiaoyao's magic power would never be exhausted. Not only that, but the origin point of God also had a special and terrifying power. That was the power of the origin point of the universe. This power was very terrifying. It was even more powerful than the power of reincarnation, the power of chaos and other powers. Of course, this power was still in its infancy and was not much, but it was enough to give Jun Xiaoyao a huge boost. Jun Xiaoyao even felt that even if he mobilized a trace of the power of the origin point of the universe, it would be enough to destroy the void and sweep across all worlds. This power of the origin point of the universe was Jun Xiaoyao's own power, and it was also one of his biggest trump cards at the moment. It's time to continue to break through, Jun Xiaoyao murmured to himself. He was not satisfied with breaking through to the perfected level of the path integration realm. Jun Xiaoyao had not broken through for a long time. Naturally, he would not just break through one major realm this time. Jun Xiaoyao directly brought out the 2 Shi ancient emperor flame. This colorful flame seed carried with it a terrifying might that could incinerate the heavens. This was the emperor flame, the highest level fire seed. Jun Xiaoyao directly swallowed the 2 Shi ancient emperor flame, burned himself and baptized nirvana. Logically speaking, nirvana with a fire seed was a very dangerous thing to do. If it were other geniuses, they would have to be very careful. They would need to prepare all kinds of pills, sacred medicines, and even elixirs of immortality in advance to prevent the nirvana from failing and dying. However, Jun Xiaoyao did not care at all. He directly began to nirvana without any preparation. Or rather, he did not need to prepare at all. Is he going to nirvana directly? Wang Chuan and the others were stunned. Jun Xiaoyao had just broken through 5 stages and reached the perfected level of the path integration realm. Now he was breaking through again. Moreover, the colorful flames caused Wang Chuan's heart to palpitate. This was definitely not an ordinary divine flame, but a terrifying emperor flame. Using this kind of flame to nirvana was extremely dangerous. There was an 80 to 90% chance that one would perish and die. Of course, if one could successfully nirvana, the benefits would be much greater than using ordinary divine flames. Just as Wang Chuan and the others thought that Jun Xiaoyao would experience a difficult nirvana, the next scene shocked them so much that they almost stopped breathing. Chapter 271. Jun Xiaoyao sat cross-legged on the stone platform, his entire body burning with multicolored flames. If any other proud son of heaven were to refine this Shi ancient emperor flame, there was a 99% chance they would perish. This was because its might was far too tyrannical. Jun Xiaoyao didn't make any preparations. Like this, he began his nirvana. Then, something shocking occurred. The Shi ancient emperor flame wasn't able to bring any fatal danger to Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao's body was charred black. His body and soul began to burn away at the Shi ancient emperor flame. But his expression didn't change at all, nor did he show any signs of pain. His appearance was like an old monk in meditation. An incomparably boundless blood vitality and life force surged through Jun Xiaoyao's body. How is this possible? River of Forgetfulness, Xiao Maxian, Ji Qingyi, and the others were shocked to the extreme. By all reasoning, the Nirvana realm was an extremely difficult hurdle. If one wasn't careful, then they could fail their nirvana. Even top proud sons of heaven like them needed all sorts of pills and immortal medicines as they underwent their nirvana. They also needed someone to protect them. But Jun Xiaoyao was by himself. Without any assistance, he had begun his nirvana. But he didn't seem to be threatened at all. I thought that I had already overestimated Brother Xiaoyao, but now Jun Xiaoyao's performance left Ji Qingyi speechless. Any exclamations she made were unnecessary. Jun Xiaoyao's body and true spirit began to transform. The reason he was immune to the fatal wounds of the Shi ancient emperor flame was because of this. The reason for that was the divine origin within his body. Wisps of the original power of the universe were released, protecting Jun Xiaoyao's physical body. Even something as strong as the emperor flame wasn't able to cause any fatal wounds to Jun Xiaoyao. In fact, the fiercer the Shi ancient emperor flame was, the greater Jun Xiaoyao's harvests would be. Within his mind's divine palace, his true spirit bathed in the 7-colored emperor flame and began to undergo a deep transformation. This nirvana transformation continued for 7 days and 7 nights. River of Forgetfulness and the others didn't leave. They carefully observed. It was even more impossible for them to interfere or disturb Jun Xiaoyao. This was because as long as they approached Jun Xiaoyao, the Shi ancient emperor flame would be drawn towards them. Wang Chuan and the others were not Jun Xiaoyao. They were not immune to the damage of the Shi ancient emperor flame. Xiaoyao Gij will definitely succeed. Jiang Luoli wasn't worried at all. Jun Xiaoyao could even open up his own great Tao, so this level of nirvana did not seem to be much. Inside Jun Xiaoyao's sea god palace, the true spirit finally took shape. Souls were supposed to be most afraid of being burned by flames. But now, Jun Xiaoyao's true spirit wasn't afraid at all. Amidst the flames, Jun Xiaoyao's true spirit finally transformed. 3 flowers appeared. The flower carried with it the aura of time, as if it existed in the past. A flower, half real and half fake, surrounded by fragments of time, as if it existed in the future. There was also a flower that was incomparably magnificent and divine, with a tiny primordial spirit sitting cross-legged on top of it. It looked like a miniature version of Jun Xiaoyao, and its entire primordial spirit was also full of immortal energy. Jun Xiaoyao looked inside himself and was surprised. 3 flowers appeared in his sea god palace, as if they represented the past, present, and future. And of the 3 flowers, only this one revealed a tiny primordial spirit. There was nothing on the other 2 flowers. Could this be the primordial spirit of 3 lives? Jun Xiaoyao was extremely surprised. He had accidentally seen it in the ancient books in the Jun family's hidden scriptures pavilion. The primordial spirit of 3 lives was the rarest and rarest primordial spirit. If one cultivated it to the great success stage, the past, present, and future primordial spirits of 3 lives would sit cross-legged on the 3 great Tao flowers. As long as any one of the primordial spirits existed, the primordial spirit would never be destroyed. This was terrifying to the extreme, and it was simply heaven-defying. In addition, the primordial spirit of 3 lives also had various special abilities that were hard to explain at the moment. Jun Xiaoyao also didn't expect that he would be able to transform into the primordial spirit of 3 lives. This was definitely the top primordial spirit. Since ancient times, there were few primordial spirits that could compare to it. The harvest this time is too great. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but sigh. His divine seed was a divine origin that belonged exclusively to him. His primordial spirit was the most powerful primordial spirit since ancient times, the primordial spirit of 3 lives. Jun Xiaoyao really wanted to ask who else was there. With the formation of the primordial spirit of 3 lives, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation realm also skyrocketed again. The early stage of the Nirvana realm, the middle stage of the Nirvana realm, the late stage of the Nirvana realm, the small perfection stage of the Nirvana realm, the great perfection stage of the Nirvana realm. Jun Xiaoyao once again broke through 5 small realms in a row, and then a big realm. The surrounding geniuses didn't know what expression to show. For them, the Nirvana realm was extremely dangerous. For Jun Xiaoyao, it was as if he had just sat cross-legged for a few days and easily passed it. Continue. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were clear. He didn't stop breaking through. The accumulation of experience over a long period of time gave Jun Xiaoyao the greatest motivation. He broke through the perfected Nirvana realm again and reached the Heaven Ascension realm. The Heaven Ascension realm was the resonance between the primordial spirit and the divine seed. And a single thought could reach the heavens. The Heaven Ascension realm could also be called a noble. The so-called noble weapon was the divine weapon used by the Heaven Ascension realm nobles. Further up was the divine fire realm, and then the 9th level of the Saint Ascension realm. Jun Xiaoyao's primordial spirit of 3 lives and divine origin were both the best. When the two resonated, the power was unimaginably powerful. The bottleneck of the Heaven Ascension realm was almost easily broken. Jun Xiaoyao began to break through crazily again. The early stage of the Heaven Ascension realm, the middle stage of the Heaven Ascension realm, the late stage of the Heaven Ascension realm, the lesser perfection of the Heaven Ascension realm, the greater perfection of the Heaven Ascension realm. Shocking, stunned, an unprecedented impact. Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation breakthrough overturned the worldviews of the geniuses of the lower world. They were all cultivators. Why was it that when they cultivated, it was like they were climbing a mountain, but when they cultivated, it was like they were riding a rocket? These geniuses of the lower world all began to doubt themselves. Were they trash? No, they were worse than trash. Compared to Jun Xiaoyao, they were simply dregs, trash. Not to mention these geniuses of the lower world. Even Wang Chuan and the others wanted to dig out their eyeballs because they didn't want to see this cruel scene. Jun Xiaoyao's crazy breakthrough was too cruel to them. Comparisons were odious, especially Wang Chuan. As an ancient freak, he had also successfully broken through to the perfected Heaven Ascension realm in his previous cultivation. He had just gained a little confidence in his heart, thinking that he could barely compete with Jun Xiaoyao. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao directly crossed 3 major realms and 15 minor realms in one go to catch up with him. Wang Chuan cursed in his heart, but he didn't know whether to say it or not. However, what Jun Xiaoyao said next almost shattered the Tao heart of an ancient freak like Wang Chuan. Reaching the Heaven Ascension realm at the age of 14 is a little slower than I expected. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. Although he was very satisfied with his gains, he still felt a little regretful, thinking that his cultivation speed was still a little slow. Uft! Wang Chuan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Jun Xiaoyao, you are a ruthless person. Chapter 272. Jun Xiaoyao's words were like a heavy blow to the river of forgetfulness, almost causing his Tao heart to collapse. You're already a heavenly king at 14 years old. What else do you want? Do you want to ascend to the heavens? The river of forgetfulness's Tao heart trembled. The Tao heart of an ancient freak should be as firm as a rock, unshakable. But facing a freak like Jun Xiaoyao, who had never appeared before in history, even an ancient freak would not be able to withstand it. His Tao heart was about to collapse. The river of forgetfulness took deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. Ji Qingyi, Xiao Maxian, and the others were also unable to calm down. Previously, although Jun Xiaoyao was invincible among the younger generation of the immortal region, his cultivation realm was not outstanding. But now, Jun Xiaoyao had broken through 3 major realms and 15 minor realms in such a short time. His cultivation realm was already at the top of the younger generation of the immortal region. When Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation was not outstanding, he could already sweep through everyone. Now that his cultivation had completely caught up and reached the top, just how strong was Jun Xiaoyao now? Jiang Luoli's eyes shone. If the geniuses of the immortal region knew that Jun Xiaoyao had improved so much in the lower realm, their eyes would definitely pop out of their sockets, right? She was looking forward to seeing Jun Xiaoyao's heroic appearance after he returned to the immortal region. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was standing at the top of the martyr's altar. His entire being seemed otherworldly and unfathomable. The transformation of the martyr's altar this time was too great for Jun Xiaoyao, and the changes were too great. The current him and the previous him were like 2 completely different existences. The current Jun Xiaoyao had grasped his own Tao. This meant that Jun Xiaoyao could jump out of the 3 realms and not be controlled by the 5 elements. Even if the 9 heavens and 10 earths collapsed, Jun Xiaoyao would not die, because he was an individual that was completely independent of this world, an anomaly that heaven and earth could not tolerate. Throughout the past 1 billion years, who can stand shoulder to shoulder with me? Jun Xiaoyao stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His figure was tall and slender, and his aura was unyielding as he muttered to himself. This was not arrogance, but a kind of invincible confidence. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's extraordinary figure and listening to his unruly words, Jiang Luoli's heart was about to melt. Her eyes were filled with incomparable worship and infatuation. Not only her, but Jun Xiaoyao's confidence and charisma at this moment was something that no female could avoid. Xiao Maxian couldn't help but drool from the corners of her mouth. She suddenly realized that she was craving Jun Xiaoyao's body. Even Ji Qingyi, who was as aloof as Qing Lian, found it hard to remain calm. Her Tao heart was like a lotus, so she would not be easily moved. However, at this moment, her mind couldn't help but sway and tremble slightly. As for Yu and Yan Qingying, the 2 followers, they revealed incomparable worship. This was the young master they followed. Throughout the countless years of history, there were very few people who were qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Jun Xiaoyao sighed as he stood on top of the altar. He then roughly sorted out what he had gained. There were simply too many to count. The strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant had transformed. The origin immortal bone had increased. His cultivation had broken through to the heavenly king Marquis realm. He had obtained the 2nd volume of the body scripture. He had opened up his own path and evolved into the divine origin. He had also signed in the 2 She ancient emperor flame, undergone nirvana, and obtained the 3 lives primordial spirit. It was indeed right to descend to the lower realms. My gains this time are too great. Jun Xiaoyao sighed with emotion. He had gained a lot. It could be said that if the current Jun Xiaoyao were to fight the previous Jun Xiaoyao, he would definitely be able to crush him. This was because the current Jun Xiaoyao had opened up his own path and grasped his own Tao. Their combat strength could not be mentioned in the same breath. His gaze locked onto river of forgetfulness, and an inexplicable light appeared in his eyes. Being stared at by Jun Xiaoyao, River of Forgetfulness's hair stood on end. She had the illusion that she was being stared at by an ancient beast. Not good, let's go. River of Forgetfulness was startled. Without hesitation, she turned around and rushed away. As Jun Xiaoyao completed his transformation, the restrictions on the entire martyr's altar were also removed. All the geniuses were free to leave. River of Forgetfulness's figure shot into the distance, wanting to escape. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao shook his head with a faint smile. For better or worse, you're an ancient freak. What's the point of running away without a fight? Jun Xiaoyao lightly said. Now, looking at everyone present, the only one who had some enmity with Jun Xiaoyao was River of Forgetfulness. As for Xiao Maxian, she was extremely obedient and wouldn't go against Jun Xiaoyao. Therefore, the only person Jun Xiaoyao needed to deal with was River of Forgetfulness. Behind him, the snow-white and sacred wings of freedom appeared. This was the evolved version of the demon wings. It had washed away the evil demonic aura and became incomparably sacred. The wings of freedom flapped slightly, and Jun Xiaoyao displayed extreme speed in the void. This speed was far, far faster than the demon wings from before. It was true freedom, as if he could roam the heavens. In just a short moment, Jun Xiaoyao's figure appeared behind River of Forgetfulness. River of Forgetfulness was startled and hurriedly took out the small 6 paths of reincarnation disc to block. Jun Xiaoyao didn't take out the coiling Emperor sword. He wanted to test his own strength now, so he didn't rely on any external objects. Jun Xiaoyao simply punched out. 10 billion kilograms of terrifying divine power poured out. This represented the peak of Jun Xiaoyao's strength at this stage. 10 billion kilograms was a limit. It was also a strength that geniuses of the same generation couldn't imagine. Rumble. Jun Xiaoyao's punch shattered the void and directly smashed onto the small 6 paths of reincarnation disc. With a loud bang, the small 6 paths of reincarnation disc trembled violently. An extremely frightening rebound force viciously struck Wang Chuan's body. River of Forgetfulness's chest felt stuffy, as if she had been hit by a sledgehammer. She spat out blood and was sent flying. Seeing this scene, Ji Qingyi, Xiao Maxian, and the others couldn't help but be shocked. This was an ancient freak. Moreover, she had the sacred reincarnation constitution. Yet, she was defeated by Jun Xiaoyao in one move. Previously, River of Forgetfulness and Jun Xiaoyao could still fight evenly. Now, she couldn't even withstand a single blow. My strength is indeed much stronger than before. Jun Xiaoyao wasn't surprised. This was because his strength had increased by too much this time. The Heaven Ascension realm could reach the heavens with a single thought. With a raise of his hand, there was great power that could destroy everything in all directions. Although River of Forgetfulness was also in the Heaven Ascension realm, in terms of strength, she obviously couldn't compare to Jun Xiaoyao. After all, Jun Xiaoyao had walked his own path. That's right, I should try the power of the origin of God, Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself. He completely treated River of Forgetfulness as a whetstone to test his Tao. The deep origin in Jun Xiaoyao's Dantian seemed to evolve all things in the world. It had a Tao that belonged to Jun Xiaoyao. A wisp of the universe's origin power spread out and supported Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao punched out again. In an instant, chaos spread, the universe was created, and heaven and earth were overturned. It was as if they had arrived at the origin of the creation of heaven and earth. Jun Xiaoyao's punch seemed to be able to create and destroy all things. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao was like the only ruler, a god who created and destroyed the world. River of Forgetfulness was so scared that her soul almost left her body. She didn't feel like she was facing a prodigy of the same generation. Instead, she was facing a true god. Chapter 273. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's aura was too strong. It was as if a creator of the universe had arrived. He could destroy with a thought and create with a thought. When this fist smashed down, it was as if the universe was pressing down, bringing endless terror and despair to the onlookers. It was like a person facing the endless universe, insignificant and helpless. This was the power of the universe's origin. Even if it was just a wisp, it was enough to produce a huge amount of energy, not to mention Wang Chuan and the others. Even Jun Xiaoyao himself was a little surprised by this power. Controlling destruction and regeneration. This power is too terrifying. But now, it's only in the brewing stage. Jun Xiaoyao thought. The origin of God was the starting point of Jun Xiaoyao's Tao. In the future, the origin would continue to transform and produce all kinds of unbelievable changes. Jun Xiaoyao's power would only become stronger and stronger. With a punch, the ground caved in, and a deep pit with a radius of nearly 10,000 feet was smashed out. Endless cracks spread out, and the entire ground was shattered. Wang Chuan's entire body was smashed into the ground, and cracks appeared on the small 6 paths of reincarnation. One had to know that this was a supreme artifact. Although Wang Chuan couldn't fully unleash the power of the small 6 paths of reincarnation, it wasn't something that anyone could easily defeat. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao, who had beaten the ancient freak to a pulp with a single punch, they didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Ji Qingyi, Xiao Maxian, and the others didn't know what to say. They couldn't imagine how miserable Jun Xiaoyao's opponents and enemies would be if he returned to the celestial realm. Cough, cough! There was the sound of coughing blood. Wang Chuan stepped out of the deep pit step by step. His body was broken, and his chin was stained with blood. His aura was extremely weak. Wang Chuan's eyes were also filled with fear. In his era, Wang Chuan had reached the peak and was one of the most powerful young supremes. But in this era, Wang Chuan had just been born, and he had encountered Jun Xiaoyao. It could be said that he was very miserable. Otherwise, he would probably continue the glory of the sacred reincarnation physique. Oh, you're not dead yet? Jun Xiaoyao was a little surprised. As expected of an ancient freak, there was still something special about him. If it were a prodigy of the current generation, he would have been smashed into minced meat by Jun Xiaoyao's punch. Although Wang Chuan was barely alive, it was clear that she did not have the strength to continue fighting. It's over. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was calm. Jun Xiaoyao would let them go for the time being unless they were valuable enemies, such as Xiao Qin and Yang Pan. However, the river of forgetfulness was of no use to him. Moreover, it was an ancient freak and posed a certain threat. Jun Xiaoyao naturally would not be soft-hearted. Instead, he wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Sensing Jun Xiaoyao's killing intent, Forget Chuan's heart turned cold. He had been hidden in the lower realm for countless years, and as soon as he came out, he still wanted to sweep through the current generation. But now he was going to die. Wang Chuan could not accept this result. It was too tragic. Die. Jun Xiaoyao's expression was indifferent as he slammed his palm down. Origin energy flowed between his fingers and palm, causing the void to collapse. With this palm, the river of forgetfulness could no longer resist. As Xiao Maxian saw this, her face tightened. River of forgetfulness could be considered her ally, and there was a chance that he would join the celestial demon cult. She wanted to stop him, but she couldn't find the words to do so. Xiao Maxian was also well aware of Jun Xiaoyao's personality. Would he stop because of Xiao Maxian's dissuasion? That was clearly impossible. Thus, in the end, she didn't try to dissuade him, lest she angered Jun Xiaoyao. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's palm pressing down, River of Forgetfulness clenched his teeth and finally said, "I am willing to surrender." Hearing this, Jiang Luoli and the others were surprised. An ancient freak had actually opened his mouth to surrender. Before this was something that was unimaginable. However, Jun Xiaoyao's complexion didn't change at all. To him, Whether River of Forgetfulness begged for mercy or not, the result was the same. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's indifference, River of Forgetfulness clenched his fists. He had just broken through the seal and hadn't even gone to the immortal realm to reveal his glory. How could he be willing to die like this? Wait, Jun Xiaoyao, I still have some value to you. River of Forgetfulness shouted. Jun Xiaoyao arched an eyebrow. River of Forgetfulness made up his mind. He didn't want to die like this, so he could only take out his final bargaining chip. River of Forgetfulness sent a sound transmission to Jun Xiaoyao, informing him of some matters. For instance, he was the saint son of the demon sect of Samsara, the only person who could find the demon sect of Samsara's treasury. In the demon sect of Samsara's treasury, there was even an emperor weapon, the 6 paths of Samsara disc. Originally, River of Forgetfulness couldn't casually let others know of this matter, but now, in order to survive, River of Forgetfulness could only do this. Jun Xiaoyao's palm stopped in front of River of Forgetfulness, only 3 feet away from his head. River of Forgetfulness was covered in a cold sweat, his face pale. If he had spoken a moment later, he might have been a headless corpse. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed. Although he didn't fully believe River of Forgetfulness's words, he felt that it was very likely. You should know the consequences of deceiving this son of God. Jun Xiaoyao looked down with a cold gaze. Of course I know. Now that the demon sect of Samsara has disappeared in the long river of history, I'm the only one left. How would I dare to deceive you and the Jun family? River of Forgetfulness replied. Right now he was all alone. And Jun Xiaoyao was backed by a huge immortal family. If River of Forgetfulness had deceived Jun Xiaoyao, he wouldn't be able to escape death in the end. You can live, but you have to plant a slave seal. The first half of Jun Xiaoyao's sentence made River of Forgetfulness heave a sigh of relief. Then his expression turned ugly. The slave seal was an extremely humiliating method. Jun Xiaoyao used this method to deal with Wu Minghua before, but he still released her in the end. If the slave seal was planted, River of Forgetfulness's life and death would be in Jun Xiaoyao's hands. But this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that he was an ancient freak. Who would dare to believe that an ancient freak would be planted with a slave seal? River of Forgetfulness secretly gritted his teeth and said, Can you take a step back, even if it means becoming a follower? At least becoming a follower wasn't as extreme as planting a slave seal. And Jun Xiaoyao had walked his own path. If he didn't fall in the future, he would definitely reach the peak. Therefore, it wasn't unacceptable to become Jun Xiaoyao's follower. I don't want to be a follower for the time being. Also, you don't have the right to bargain, Jun Xiaoyao said indifferently. Hearing this, River of Forgetfulness felt humiliated. He was an ancient freak, but he didn't even have the right to become a follower. Jun Xiaoyao frowned slightly, obviously a little impatient. The treasure vault of the demon sect of Samsara was very tempting, but Jun Xiaoyao didn't have to get it. It would be better if he got it. Even if he couldn't get it, he wouldn't lose a piece of flesh. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's impatience, River of Forgetfulness took a deep breath and knelt down on one knee in front of Jun Xiaoyao. In order to live, River of Forgetfulness could only accept. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao's face revealed a strange look. This ancient freak of the demon sect of Samsara was able to adapt to circumstances. The temperament of an ancient freak was indeed incomparable to that of the current generation's unruly prodigies. River of Forgetfulness opened the divine palace in his mind and let Jun Xiaoyao plant the slave seal. At this point, this ancient freak was completely under Jun Xiaoyao's control and became his slave. If the people of the immortal region knew about this, it would cause a huge commotion. Because the one Jun Xiaoyao enslaved was not a prodigy of the current generation, but an ancient freak like Princess Longji. Chapter 274. Princess Longji's reputation in the Huangtian mystic realm was already at its peak. Logically speaking, if Wang Chuan didn't meet Jun Xiaoyao and went to the mystic realm safely. His reputation shouldn't be much lower than Princess Longji's. And it was this ancient freak who was similar to Princess Longji who became Jun Xiaoyao's slave. This scene was a little dramatic. Brother Xiaoyao is too amazing. This is the first time I've seen something like this. Jiang Luoli's eyes lit up. Since ancient times, every time an ancient freak was born, he could definitely suppress the current generation of geniuses and even enslave a group of geniuses. And Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, enslaved an ancient freak. And it was very likely that Wang Chuan was just the starting point. In the future, Jun Xiaoyao would enslave and even kill other ancient freaks. For example, Princess Longji was a good target. Master. Wang Chuan lowered his head and saluted Jun Xiaoyao. He was still a little uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. He had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. Don't worry. I, the Son of God, won't humiliate you. As long as you can fulfill your promise, I will naturally release you. Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. He didn't have the habit of taking people as slaves. Definitely not. It was just that under some circumstances he had to. It was definitely not because he liked to take in slaves. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, Wang Chuan was slightly relieved. He saluted and said, "Thank you, Master. But the appearance of the treasury requires an opportunity. When the time is right, I will do my best to find it." It was difficult for Wang Chuan to take the treasury of the demon sect of reincarnation alone. It wasn't that he could get the Jun family's protection if he gave it to them. When the time came, his slave seal could also be released. Jun Xiaoyao nodded. He planted the slave seal, so he wasn't afraid of Wang Chuan secretly doing anything. At this point, Jun Xiaoyao's goal of going to the lower realm was completely completed. Everything seemed so perfect. Jun Xiaoyao's gains were also far beyond his expectations. It was as if Jun Xiaoyao had only needed one tree, but in the end had obtained an entire forest. After cleaning up some loose ends in the lower realm, "It's about time to return to the immortal domain," Jun Xiaoyao said. The 10 sinner clans had been completely destroyed, but there was still some work to be done. "Dao, Brother Xiaoyao, Qing Yi will take her leave first. I believe that not long after, we will be able to see Dao Brother Xiaoyao display his might in the immortal realms." Qing Yi bid farewell and left by herself. She was like a lotus in a pond, aloof from the world. Although Jun Xiaoyao's performance made her heart tremble a little, she was still calm overall. In this era of great strife, Jun Xiaoyao might be a bright new star, but he was definitely not the only one. As the saintess of the human immortal sect, she knew some secrets. In the future, if there was a chance, a mortal ancient would appear in this world. All sorts of ancient freaks, the remains of the great emperors, and the young sons of the ancient emperors would appear. At that time, would Jun Xiaoyao still be able to maintain his current transcendent and invincible appearance? It was hard to say. Thus, Qing Yi's heart wasn't too shaken. The one who had the last laugh would be the victor. Now, the era of great strife had only just begun. Looking at Qing Yi's departing figure, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were deep. He had a feeling that Qing Yi seemed to know some secrets, and her attitude towards him had changed. However, Jun Xiaoyao didn't think too much about it. Jun Xiaoyao didn't have any feelings towards the saintess of the human immortal sect, the saintess of the Ji family. His relationship with Qing Yi was also difficult to categorize. Although they were friends, they were far from that level. They weren't enemies. It was only because of Ji Xian that he had some enmity with the Ji family. However, Qing Yi didn't directly display any hostility towards him. Since Qing Yi didn't take the initiative to target him, Jun Xiaoyao naturally couldn't be bothered to pick a fight. Xiao Maxian didn't leave. She looked at River of Forgetfulness and sighed inwardly. She originally wanted to recruit River of Forgetfulness and have her join the demon immortal cult. Then, she would think of a way to take back the Samsara demon sect's treasury. But now, it seemed that this was impossible. It was impossible for Xiao Maxian to offend Jun Xiaoyao for River of Forgetfulness. Let's go. Jun Xiaoyao waved his sleeves. Jiang Luoli, Yu, Yan Qingying, and River of Forgetfulness all followed him. Xiao Maxian's eyes darted around. She also followed behind Jun Xiaoyao. Why are you following us? Jiang Luoli's large eyes were filled with vigilance, like a little hen protecting her food. Aya, don't be so vigilant. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Aren't we friends now? Xiao Maxian blinked her eyes, innocently speaking. Who's your friend? We're not close at all. Jiang Luoli said, annoyed. Was she trying to get close to them? Yu and Yan Qingying were also left speechless. Just now, they had been fighting back and forth with Xiao Maxian, but now Xiao Maxian's attitude had undergone a 360-degree change. However, they also knew that this change was all because of Jun Xiaoyao. This was an existence that could even casually suppress an ancient freak. Xiao Maxian naturally didn't want to be enemies with Jun Xiaoyao and the others. I only saw little big brother Xiaoyao open up his own road, so I wanted to explore the great Tao together. Xiao Maxian pitifully said, Is that so? Jiang Luoli's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Of course. I want to know little big brother Xiaoyao's strengths and weaknesses, as well as let him know my depths. Xiao Maxian earnestly said. Jun Xiaoyao's complexion was a bit strange as he heard this. Was he wearing tinted glasses? Why did he feel this was a bit dirty? However, Jun Xiaoyao still replied, There's no need. You can't imagine my strengths and weaknesses. As for your depth, I can tell from your height. Jun Xiaoyao's words left Xiao Maxian stunned for a moment. Her cheeks flushed red. She thought that her words already contained a great deal of meaning. But in the end, she had encountered a great master. Xiao Maxian glanced at Jun Xiaoyao, her face full of anger. Words are no proof. Little big brother Xiaoyao, if you don't try, how will you know my depths? No need. I'm afraid that if I step into your stomach, it will hit your lungs. At that time, the demon celestial cult will come looking for trouble with me. Jun Xiaoyao lightly said. Hearing this strange conversation, Jiang Luoli's large eyes revealed a dazed look, her expression adorable. Xiao Maxian's face was as red as blood. She had always been the one to tease and tease others. But now, instead of teasing them, she was the one being teased. Is there anything else you want to say? Jun Xiaoyao asked. No, little big brother Xiaoyao, you're too naughty. Xiao Maxian was a bit embarrassed. Her face was red as she stammered. She was really afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would take her words seriously on a whim and then do something indescribable to her. The kidney of the sacred body of the ancients was very famous. It could be called a treasure and could last for a long time. If she was really damaged by Jun Xiaoyao, the big shots of the demon celestial cult and the demon celestial castle would definitely come looking for the Jun family. Seeing that Xiao Maxian was speechless, Jiang Luoli felt a burst of joy in her heart. However, she still turned her small head and asked Jun Xiaoyao with great curiosity, Big brother Xiaoyao, what does step into your stomach mean? Seeing Jiang Luoli's curious appearance, Jun Xiaoyao dryly coughed. Children shouldn't ask. This is something that only adults know. Tisk, forget it if you don't want to say it. Luoli will figure it out herself. Jiang Luoli pouted, looking at Jiang Luoli's short head that had never grown taller. Jun Xiaoyao felt that Jiang Luoli would understand the meaning of this word sooner or later. Amidst such casual banter, Jun Xiaoyao and the others also left the crack of the 10 realms. At the same time, explosive news spread in the Huangtian mystic realm. Jun Lingsang, the Polychoria of the Jun family, was going to fight Princess Longji of Zulong. At Dao-Seeking Mountain, the top geniuses were going to fight for supremacy. Before Jun Xiaoyao returned to the mystic realm, Jun Lingsang, the sequence number 1 of the Jun family, stood up and fought for the honor of the Jun family. What would be the outcome of this battle? Would the Polychoria be undefeated at the peak? Or would the ancient freak suppress the current generation? Many people were looking forward to it. For a time, all the geniuses and forces of the four sides began to move in the direction of Tao-seeking Mountain. This was going to be a rare big battle, and it was going to be the prelude to the Battle of the Geniuses. Chapter 275. Following the battle between Jun Lingsong and Princess Longji, the Huangtian immortal realm was in turmoil. The lower worlds, on the other hand, had fallen into silence. The upheaval of the 10 worlds had finally come to an end. Almost all of the spiritual chi of the 10 continents had been absorbed by the rift between the 10 worlds. Therefore, the spiritual chi of each continent was extremely scarce, as if an age of decline had arrived. In addition to the chaos caused by the 10 sinners and the chaos caused by the 10 heaven-defying children, the entire 10 worlds were in shambles and countless living beings had fallen. However, none of this had anything to do with Jun Xiaoyao. At least for now, he wasn't a saint who cared about the world. Jun Xiaoyao and the others left the rift between the 10 worlds. They found the entrance point and returned the way they came. Myriad continent, deep in the outer seas. The originally calm surface of the sea exploded with a loud boom. Pieces of various sea beasts' corpses exploded in all directions, and blood dyed the surface of the sea red. 5 figures emerged from the depths of the sea. They were Jun Xiaoyao, Jiang Luoli, Yu Yanqingying, and Xiao Maxian. As soon as Jun Xiaoyao showed up, Yi Zichen was shocked. Forefather Dongxian and the others appeared. "Congratulations, young master, on returning with a rewarding journey." Forefather Dongxian, Gu Yuan, and the others cupped their fists at Jun Xiaoyao. They had been guarding the outer seas all this time, waiting for Jun Xiaoyao's return. At this moment, the gazes of Forefather Dongxian and the others unconsciously fell on Jun Xiaoyao. Their gazes suddenly focused, deep surprise in their eyes. They actually felt a faint threat from Jun Xiaoyao. How is this possible? Forefather Dongxian and Gu Yuan looked at each other, seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. After all, they were saints. They could also sense that Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation had reached the Ascension realm and become a noble. However, even a celestial Ascension marquis couldn't pose a threat to a saint. It seems that young master has obtained an unimaginable fortuitous encounter in the rift between the 10 worlds. Forefather Dongxian was speechless. Jun Xiaoyao was indeed worthy of being called the most highly regarded genius of the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao's rate of growth was too frightening. Previously, in their eyes, Jun Xiaoyao was just a very powerful genius of the younger generation. Now, old ancestor Dongxian could even feel that it wouldn't be long before Jun Xiaoyao overtook them. "Thank you for your hard work. Let's go back to the ancient god clan," Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. Old ancestor Dongxian and the others nodded. Naturally, they could not ask Jun Xiaoyao what fortuitous encounter he had obtained. After all, they were servants. At the same time, at another entrance of the 10 Worlds Rift, a middle-aged man in golden armor felt his heart sink. He was a general of the Panwu Jin dynasty. On the surface, he was Yang Pan's Tao protector, but behind the scenes, they were the people of God, Lord Pan Wu. In the lower realm, God, Lord Pan Wu, had specifically instructed him to keep a close eye on Yang Pan. With Yang Pan's fortune, he was the one who had the highest chance of collecting all the Pan Huang swords. Perhaps he could collect the other 2 swords in the lower realm. And in the lower realm, Yang Pan's fortune was indeed very good. He had obtained many fortuitous encounters, leaving this general somewhat speechless. Yang Pan was simply the darling of fortune. In the end, Yang Pan had entered the 10 Worlds Rift, but due to the limitations of his cultivation, this general could not enter. Now, a few geniuses had already come out, and the 10 Worlds Rift was about to close once more. But Yang Pan had not appeared. The general slightly raised his hand and looked at the shattered life tablet. It looks like he really did die. But Yang Pan's death is secondary. The Pan Huang life sword also fell within. Damn it. The general's expression was incomparably gloomy. This trip was simply a double loss after trying to lure the bride. God, Lord Pan, who probably already knew of young Pan's death. Only the heavens knew how furious he would be. Let's go back and report the news first. The general sighed and turned to leave. On the other end, Jun Xiaoyao and the others returned to the ancient God clan. The royal lords of Dayan of the Dayan dynasty were also present. Jun Xiaoyao did not say anything, directly taking out the light and shadow stone. It recorded that Fang Han had joined forces with Yang Pan and the others to capture Jiang Loli and threaten Jun Xiaoyao. After the Dayan dynasty saw it, they were all shocked. The royal lords of Dayan could not help but stomp their feet, exasperated. This unfilial son, he became arrogant after a few fortuitous encounters. To think that he would do such a disgraceful thing. It is my fault for not teaching him well. Young master, please punish me. The royal lords of Dayan directly knelt before Jun Xiaoyao. In their hearts, they cursed Fang Han countless times. Previously, Fang Han was just a foolish prince, not valued by the royal lords of Dayan. It was only after he had a fortuitous encounter and matured that the royal lords of Dayan started to value him. However, the royal lords of Dayan did not expect Fang Han to be so bold as to attack Jun Xiaoyao. One had to know that if they angered Jun Xiaoyao, the entire Dayan dynasty could be destroyed. Moreover, they could not complain at all. This unfilial son has done us in. The royal lords of Dayan cursed angrily in their hearts. They could not wait to drag Fang Han out and whip his corpse 100 times. I didn't expect Fang Han to be such a person. I was wrong about him, Jun Ing said. To think that she was soft-hearted and helped Fang Han so much. In the end, Fang Han was so ambitious that he dared to plot against Jun Xiaoyao. Young master, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Jun Ing looked guilty and wanted to apologize. It has nothing to do with you. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head lightly. If I may be so bold, I hope that you can forgive the Royal Highness and the others. They are all devoted to the Jun family. Jun Inger bit her lip and bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. She had been in the lower worlds for so many years, and the royal lords of Dayan and the others had taken good care of her. Jun Ing also did not want the Dayan dynasty to be implicated by Fang Han. Do I look so cruel? How could I take my anger out on you just because of one person's mistake? Jun Xiaoyao smiled and shook his head. Su Ziqiang and the others heard this and could not help but curse. How many clans had Jun Xiaoyao destroyed? Thank you for your kindness, young master. The entire Dayan dynasty is grateful. The royal lords of Dayan thanked him. Jun Ing also smiled sweetly. She could not help but look at him with longing and admiration. Not only was Jun Xiaoyao powerful, but he was also very handsome. His character, temperament, and even so, he was so gentle and tolerant towards her. Jun Ing felt her heart melt. She was immersed in Jun Xiaoyao's charm. TSK, little brother Xiaoyao is really generous. Xiao Maxian sighed from the side. You talk too much. Speaking of which, who told you to follow me? Jiang Loli puffed out her cheeks, a little unhappy. My legs are on my body. I can go wherever I want. Xiao Maxian giggled. The two lowless quarreled again. Jun Xiaoyao said, follow me back to the celestial realm. As for the lower worlds, I'll leave it to the royal lords of Dayan and the ancient god patriarch. Yes, we will take care of it. The royal lords of Dayan and the ancient god patriarch replied. After finishing, they could return to the celestial realm if they wished. If not, they would leave a group of people to guard the lower worlds. The matter of the lower worlds has finally been settled. I wonder what happened in the celestial realm during my absence. And that Xiao Chen, it's time to kill him. Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled up slightly. Xiao Chen had completely lost his value. In order to prevent him from playing any dirty tricks behind his back, Jun Xiaoyao should send him on his way. As for Princess Longji, Jun Xiaoyao was considering. Should he let her transform into her true form and eat her? Or ride her and use her as a mount? Chapter 276. After a few days of reorganization, Jun Xiaoyao left the Myriad Continent with a group of people. Before returning to the Immortal Realm, Jun Xiaoyao still had to make a trip to the Profound Sky Continent. He didn't forget to bring Nalan Ruashi back to the Immortal Realm. In addition, he had to give the star-splitting divine puppet to the Nalan family. Jun Xiaoyao wouldn't be able to use the star-splitting divine puppet after returning to the Immortal Realm, so he might as well leave it in the lower realms. After Xiao Maxian learned that Jun Xiaoyao was going to the Profound Sky Continent, she finally left alone. However, before leaving, she said that she would meet Jun Xiaoyao in the Immortal Realm. At that time, they would compare their strengths. Jun Xiaoyao simply ignored this mischievous, pure and charming Xiao Maxian, who was even a little dirty. He didn't need to provoke the demonic celestial cult for nothing. A few days later, Jun Xiaoyao arrived at the Profound Sky Continent and went straight to the ancient Spirit Mountain where the Nalan family was. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao arrive, Nalan Ruashi was overjoyed. She stepped forward and bowed. "How many is this already?" Jiang Luoli was jealous. Yan Qingying, Juning, Nalan Ruashi. They all liked Jun Xiaoyao very much, and their eyes were full of worship and admiration. Jun Xiaoyao was also helpless. He didn't deliberately flirt with any of the girls, and he was too lazy to do such a thing. If there was someone to blame, it was this damn charm. "Oh, right, before returning to the Immortal Realm, I'll help you flatten the immemorial God Mountain," Jun Xiaoyao said casually. Previously, he wanted to let the humans of the Profound Sky Continent solve it themselves. But after seeing the immemorial God Mountain of the Myriad Continent, Jun Xiaoyao was extremely disgusted with it. In addition, his strength had greatly increased and he needed a whetstone. So he directly made a decision. This, of course, it couldn't be better. Nalan Zhan was also stunned. Why did it feel like destroying the immemorial God Mountain was as casual as eating and drinking in Jun Xiaoyao's mouth? In the next few days, Jun Xiaoyao led a group of humans to the primordial God Mountain. With the 6-star sundering divine puppets, old ancestor Dongxian, and the others, Jun Xiaoyao's strength had increased greatly, and he also had the coiling Emperor sword to protect him. There was no suspense in this battle. In just a few hours, the battle was over, and the entire divine mountain was flattened. The hidden danger of the Tianxian land was completely solved. Jun Xiaoyao's battle prowess had also shocked everyone. As the sky-piercing marquis, not only could it deal with divine flame realm experts, but it could also deal with divine flame realm experts. Jun Xiaoyao could even deal with those who had reached level 9 of the Sage Realm and reached the Empty God Realm. This was simply heaven-defying and unimaginable. Jun Xiaoyao's strength had gradually begun to break away from his peers and was moving towards the older generation. After dealing with the primordial divine mountain, Jun Xiaoyao led the group back to the Huangtian mystic realm. One could imagine that if Jun Xiaoyao, who had opened up his own path, returned to the mystic realm, the shock that would be caused would be terrifying. The geniuses of the Huangtian mystic realm had no idea that a genius of the younger generation would return to the mystic realm and start his path to becoming a king. Huangtian mystic realm, Dao-Seeking Mountain. Dao-Seeking Mountain was located in Gudao State, one of the 3,000 mystical states in the Huangtian mystic realm. Dao-Seeking Mountain was a rather famous place of opportunity. Rumor had it that an ancient divine lord had sought Dao here and then reached the supremacy realm. To this day, Dao-Seeking Mountain was still filled with a thick Dao rhyme. It was a blessed place for many geniuses to comprehend the Dao. Today, the entire Dao-Seeking Mountain was unprecedentedly lively. Forces from all over the world had gathered. As far as the eye could see, there was a black mass of heads. Although Dao-Seeking Mountain was quite popular, it was impossible for it to be so popular. The only reason was naturally the battle between the sequence number 1 of the Jun family, Junlingsan, and the ancient freak of Zulong, Princess Longji. Princess Longji's reputation went without saying. Being an ancient freak was a taboo in itself. It represented the pinnacle of geniuses. Not to mention, she also had the bloodline of the ancient emperor of the Song Dragon. Although she was not a descendant within 3 generations, her bloodline was already extremely noble. To a certain extent, Princess Longji was almost comparable to the descendants of the great emperors and the ancient emperors. Her opponent, Jun Lingsong, was not a weakling either. Although Jun Xiaoyao had stolen the limelight of the younger generation of the Jun family, however, this did not mean that Jun Lingsong was weak. Before Jun Xiaoyao showed his talent, Jun Lingsong had always been the leader of the younger generation of the Jun family. Coupled with his polychoria, he was naturally one of the top young supremes in the mystic realm. He had fought with Princess Longji before, but there was no clear winner. However, at that time, Princess Longji was not at her peak. Jun Lingsong also did not use his polychoria. Now, the two of them could finally have a real battle. At this moment, the Tao-seeking mountain was filled with people from all races. In the distance, a group of people stood on a flying boat. It's the people from the Holy Spirit College. They're here. Seeing this group of people, someone exclaimed in surprise. Generally speaking, the Holy Spirit College did not participate in any fights between factions, nor did they go around to watch a show. However, this time the Holy Spirit College had actually appeared. This meant that it was not ordinary. This is normal. Don't forget that Jun Xiaoyao has another identity. He is the son of the Holy Spirit College, someone said. The Grand Elder of the Holy Spirit College, as well as the Saintess Hua, Shiqing, and the others had all arrived. Although Jun Xiaoyao did not come this time. However, the Holy Spirit College already had a deep relationship with the Jun family. On the surface, this battle was between Jun Lingsong and Princess Longji. In fact, it was a game between the Jun family of ancients and the Archean royalty. The Holy Spirit College naturally could not miss it. Then, another ship flew over. On the deck of the ship stood a noble woman in a silk dress. She had picturesque features and smooth skin. It was the eldest princess of the Jin dynasty, Wu Mingyue. The Jin dynasty of the Panwu dynasty is also here. How rare! Then, another flying boat flew over, carrying a group of people. The leader was a woman in a snow-white dress who looked like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Her hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. She seemed to be in harmony with the Tao. She was extremely transcendent, elegant, and refined. It was the goddess of the Jiang family, Jiang Xingyi. No one was surprised by the arrival of the Jiang family, because the Jiang family and the Jun family wore the same pants. The Jiang family naturally could not be absent from the battle that concerned the honor of the Jun family. Xiaoyao Luo Li, I wonder how you two are doing in the lower worlds. Jiang Xingyi sighed in her heart. She knew that with Jun Xiaoyao's strength, nothing could go wrong. But she was still worried. Although Jiang Luoli sneaked into the lower worlds, Jiang Xingyi knew very well. She did not stop or follow, because she wanted to create conditions for Jiang Luoli and Jun Xiaoyao. That's right. Maybe this is good. Jiang Xingyi smiled slightly, but there was a hint of bitterness that she did not want to notice. Jiang Xingyi did not know when it started, but she realized that her feelings toward Jun Xiaoyao were a bit strange. In the beginning, Jiang Xingyi only attributed it to her innate Taoist embryo, which had some strange resonance with Jun Xiaoyao's sacred body of the ancients. But as time passed, Jiang Xingyi felt more and more that she could not lie to herself. So, she would rather nip this hazy feeling in the bud. It was good to pretend that nothing happened. Chapter 277. Time passed bit by bit, and more forces arrived. Except for those who were on the Jun family side. Finally, someone from the Archean royalty arrived as well. With a few phoenix cries, a group of elders from the Wanhuang spirit mountain arrived. There were some familiar faces among them. Huang Xuanyi, Feng Qingling. They had all appeared at the banquet of the Jin dynasty in Panwu. Unfortunately, they were all taught a lesson by Jun Xiaoyao. Then, purple qi came from the east and spread all over the place. A group of creatures appeared. That's the ancient Qilin cave. They're here too. Some human cultivators whispered. First, it was Zulong, then the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, and now there were creatures from the ancient Qilin cave. The Archean royalty had appeared one after another. Perhaps it meant that a great era was about to begin. There were not many creatures from the ancient Qilin cave. They were mostly there to watch the show. Rumor has it that the sequence number one of the Jun family once performed an incomplete version of the Qilin's grand magic. I'm really curious. Some young creatures from the ancient Qilin cave sneered. Although the ancient Qilin cave never spread the Qilin's grand magic. However, it was inevitable that some ancient lands in the outside world might have the Qilin's inheritance from ancient times, and they couldn't stop it. If the geniuses of other ordinary forces obtained the Qilin's grand magic, they would have been destroyed by the ancient Qilin cave. However, because it was the sequence number one of the Jun family who obtained it, the ancient Qilin cave couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't do anything to Jun Lingsong. Then, a black mist filled the sky in the distance. It was ominous and made people feel a gloomy aura. That's the palace of the fallen god. In the black mist, there was a mountain of white bones floating. Some black-robed figures were sitting cross-legged on it. The palace of the fallen god was also a famous force in the Huangtian mystic realm. Originally, they were very fierce. However, what happened recently made the palace of the fallen god lose face. The top genius of the palace of the fallen, the son of God, died in the lower world because of Jun Xiaoyao. The palace of the fallen god couldn't get angry. They were suppressed by the Jun family. This time, the palace of the fallen god came in person. They wanted to see the Jun family's humiliation. Then the various clan of the ancients arrived as well. The Yi family of the ancients, the Ji family of the ancients, and the Wang family of the north. The arrival of these remote antiquity families, Archean royalty, and immortal forces silenced everyone. Clearly, the impact of this battle would be very far-reaching, just as everyone was waiting anxiously. Finally, the main character arrived. In the distance, golden light filled the air. A dazzling dragon palace appeared. Like an ancient celestial palace, it covered the heavens with majestic power. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They knew this was Princess Longji's bedroom. In addition, there were also experts from Zulong who had come with them. Long Bichi was also among the crowd to witness the battle. On the other side, purple qi surged. A handsome young man arrived on a Qilin beast. His eyes were covered with black strips of cloth with sealing runes on them, making him look profound and mysterious. His aura was extremely powerful, shockingly reaching the heavenly connection marquee realm. It was Jun Lingsong. The man with polychoria is here. He has reached the heavenly connection realm as well. He was in the nirvana realm before, and now he has reached the heavenly connection realm. The man with polychoria deserves his reputation. Princess Longji has reached the great completion of the heavenly connection realm a long time ago. I think she can still suppress the man with polychoria. With the arrival of the main character, countless discussions were heard from all directions. This time, Jun Lingsong was not the only one from the Jun family who had come. Many elders of the Jun family had come, including Jun Zhantian. Many sequences of the younger generation had come. Jun Zhanjian, Jun Xuehuang, and Jun Wanjie were all there, as well as Jun Daolin and Jun Xiu, who were standing on Jun Lingsong's side. Jun Linglong also came with them. However, among the young people of the Jun family, there were two figures who were quite eye-catching. One of them was a young man wearing a dragon crown and golden armor. He looked handsome and mighty, and his aura was extraordinary. That's Jun Wushuang, the second sequence of the Jun family. It's said that he once received the inheritance of a powerful ancient expert. His strength is also outstanding among the younger generation. Some people could not help but exclaim when they saw the young man in golden armor. The 10 sequences of the Jun family were all outstanding talents and extraordinary opportunities. The second sequence of the Jun family was ranked very high, just below Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Lingsong. The other person was a woman with a hot body. Her red hair was tied into a single ponytail, and her charming face carried a hint of heroism. She was valiant and heroic, and she had the temperament of a tomboy. The most eye-catching thing about her was her body. It was too hot, with curves that could be described as devilish. She was wearing a tight-fitting outfit that revealed her flat, snow-white belly. She had a unique temperament that was both heroic and charming. That's Jun Mulan, the third sequence of the Jun family. It's said that she has the blood of the god of war. Although she's a woman, she has a hot temper and violent means. Looking at the woman named Jun Mulan, some of the geniuses shrank back. In the Huangtian mystic realm, many geniuses had been beaten up by Jun Mulan. The most infuriating thing was that it did not matter if they had offended Jun Mulan or not. As long as she was in a bad mood, she would beat people up. She was like a barbaric tomboy. Haha, this battle is going to be interesting. Jun Wushuang put one hand behind his back and smiled faintly. Previously, the sequence of the Jun family was divided into 3 groups. One group was led by Jun Lingsong. One group was led by Jun Xiaoyao. The other group was led by Jun Wushuang, Jun Mulan, and the others. They did not take any side. Their attitudes were unclear, and they did not interfere with either side. But now, because of this battle, they had also shown up. This battle concerns the honor of the Jun family. If Jun Lingsong really wins, I'm afraid that the 10 sequences of the Jun family will submit to him and take him as their leader, Jun Mulan said with her arms crossed in front of her chest. Then, do you think that Jun Lingsong can win this time? Jun Wushuang asked. As the eternal second place, Jun Wushuang knew Jun Lingsong's strength best. It'll be difficult, Jun Mulan said after thinking for a moment. Even a hot-tempered tomboy like her said it would be difficult. It was obvious that she did not think that Jun Lingsong could really defeat Princess Longji. Then, if it was Jun Xiaoyao, Sequence 0, would he be able to defeat Princess Longji? Jun Wushuang continued to ask. Jun Mulan pondered and shook her head. I don't know. He's still too young. In the sequence of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao was the youngest. It was true to say that he was young. No matter what, whoever can defeat Princess Longji will be the true leader of the sequence of the 10, Jun Wushuang said. Then let's wait and see. Jun Mulan raised her handsome eyebrows. At this moment, a cold and aloof voice came from the Golden Dragon Palace. First sequence of the Jun family. Are you ready to accept your defeat? As the voice came out, a golden path extended from the Golden Dragon Palace's gate. A beautiful figure, like a queen, coldly and domineeringly descended upon the mortal world. Chapter 278. Princess Longji was the first ancient freak to be born in the Huangtian mystic realm. If it weren't for Shao Qin, Princess Longji would have been sealed for a while longer before breaking out. Now that Princess Longji had broken out early, it meant that she had the upper hand. In this era, only by seizing the opportunity and seizing the fate of heaven and earth could one win. This was why after Princess Longji came out of isolation, she fought for the world with such ferocity. In this era of great battles, some of the top geniuses could seize the fate of heaven and earth. Like Shao Qin and Yang Pan, they could only seize the fate of their countries. Shao Qin was the son of the ancient kingdom of Dragon. Yang Pan was the son of the Panwu Jin dynasty. But how could the fate of one country compare to that of the entire mystic realm? As for Li Daoxian, Lin Feng, Feng Han, Qin Hao, and the others from the lower worlds, they were only the sons of their own continents. The fate of a single continent could not compare to the fate of the entire Huangtian mystic realm. It was because she wanted to seize the fate of the mystic realm that Princess Longji was so powerful. At this moment, Princess Longji finally appeared on the golden path. She wore a palace dress and had a celestial air about her. Her silky hair flowed in the wind. In her laziness, there was a hint of arrogance and charm. Two jade-like dragon horns poked out from her hair, indicating her noble bloodline and status. She had a great figure. She was very tall and her proportions were perfect. Her breasts were high, her waist was slim, and her legs were as white as jade. She was shockingly long. Her feet were bare. She wasn't wearing any shoes or socks. Every toe was white and smooth, like delicate jade carvings. It made people want to lick them. This was because Princess Longji's feet never touched the ground, nor did they get dirty. Therefore, she had no need to wear any shoes or socks. From this detail, one could see how noble and arrogant Princess Longji was. She was the queen of the dragons. With Princess Longji's appearance, many male creatures held their breaths and took a deep breath. She was too beautiful. Princess Longji was powerful, beautiful, and confident. She was definitely a goddess. This kind of woman was also the one who could arouse a man's desire to conquer. If he could conquer such a peerless beauty, the satisfaction and accomplishment he would feel would be unimaginable. However, the male sky prides present could only dream about it. Princess Longji's identity, background, and status aside for now, his strength alone was enough for him to stand at the peak of the younger generation. It was almost impossible to subdue such a queen. Is the son of God from the Jun family too afraid to face me? Princess Longji's voice was cold and arrogant. This was not an act, but an innate sense of superiority. Cousin Xiaoyao is in the lower realm dealing with other matters. I should be enough to deal with you. Jun Lingsong stood with his hands behind his back, his tone indifferent. Although his eyes were covered by a black cloth, his aura was still profound and transcendent. These words caused many people to be speechless. TSK, TSK. No wonder he's the sequence number one of the Jun family. His bearing is not something that ordinary geniuses can compare to. Yeah, to be able to speak in such a tone in front of an ancient freak, he truly deserves the title of the man of Polychoria. Jun Lingsong's words were indifferent, but there was a hint of arrogance in them. Many people's eyes lit up. Some female cultivators' eyes were even shining. Jun Xiaoyao was the most popular and the most attractive to women. However, in front of the world, he was still too cold. He was like a god who could be looked at but could not be touched. Jun Lingsong, on the other hand, was slightly more approachable. His aggressive attitude was also quite eye-catching. Without realizing it, Jun Lingsong had also attracted a wave of fans. It seems that you are still too ignorant. You can't guess what I am capable of. Princess Longji's face was shrouded in mist, and her voice was indifferent. Not far behind her, there was a young man. It was Xiao Qin. Damn it. Jun Xiaoyao is still not coming. If he doesn't show up, I'll have to use other methods. Xiao Qin's eyes flickered. Many schemes and tricks appeared in his mind. Right now, he was nowhere near as strong as Jun Xiaoyao in terms of combat prowess alone. Therefore, he could only resort to schemes. On the other side, the battle had finally begun. Jun Lingsong attacked immediately. He wanted to gain the upper hand. He slapped out with one hand. Suddenly, purple chi surged. It was as if the purple chi had come from the east for 3,000 miles. It was mighty and powerful, charging towards Princess Longji. It is indeed an incomplete Qilin art. Seeing Jun Lingsong use this move, the creatures of the ancient Qilin cave whispered. They looked unfriendly. This was because this was a technique that belonged to the ancient Qilin cave. However, Jun Lingsong had obtained it in another ancient forbidden area. If Jun Lingsong had a deeper understanding of it, he might have developed a countermeasure. That would be disadvantageous, to the ancient Qilin cave. However, they could not do anything to Jun Lingsong now. They could not threaten him. Seeing Jun Lingsong attack, Princess Longji's beautiful face, which was shrouded in mist, was very calm. If you're still as strong as you were last time, then this time there will be no suspense at all. Princess Longji attacked as well. She unleashed the power of the great completion of the reaching heaven state. This shocked everyone. The great completion of the reaching heaven state. This should be the highest level of cultivation among the younger generation in the modern world, right? Many of the older generation exclaimed. The reaching heaven state was called a noble, because when one reached this level, one could reach the sky with a single thought. They could make a land grant and become a noble. Usually, one would only be able to reach this level when they were almost middle-aged. But Princess Longji had already reached this level. This was really shocking. Of course, this was because she had to eliminate those ancient freaks who had not yet been born, as well as the descendants of the great emperors and the youngest sons of the ancient emperors. Those talents who were still in seclusion had unimaginable potential and strength. Princess Longji reached out her hand. A dragon claw appeared in the air. This was an evolution of the dragon race's supernatural power. It was called the anti-dragon hand. When the claw reached out, it caused the air to tremble. It was like a wave of water. The laws of space in the immortal realm were firm. Even the reaching heaven nobles could not tear the air apart easily. But just the trembling of the air was enough to prove the power of Princess Longji's attack. Jun Lingsong had also reached the reaching heaven state, but he was still in the middle stage. After all, he was the current generation's prodigy. Unlike Princess Longji, who was a sleeping ancient freak. To use an inappropriate analogy, the current generation's prodigy was like a newbie player, and an ancient freak, like Princess Longji, was an experienced player. There was a difference in experience and strength. Rumble. The two's attacks collided, causing a huge tremor. Jun Lingsong was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation level, but he had a strong foundation, so he was not at a disadvantage. Jun Lingsong's attack changed. Purple chi gathered and turned into a qilin. It leaped into the air, as if it was trampling the clouds in the sky. It came down on Princess Longji. Princess Longji's hand moved. She attacked with the golden dragon seal. Endless dragon chi filled the air. Boom! Purple chi and golden dragon chi exploded at the same time. The tremors were shocking. Jun Lingsong frowned. He felt pressured. Princess Longji, who had come out of seclusion, was indeed much stronger than before. Without hesitation, he used the Qilin's supernatural power. Purple chi surged, vast and turbulent. Hundreds of Qilin shadows appeared beside him. Like thousands of horses galloping, they charged towards Princess Longji. This was an ultimate attack. It was enough to crush all the prodigies. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. =. Chapter 279. One had to admit that Jun Lingsong was very talented and had a high level of understanding. What he received was an incomplete version of the Qilin's grand technique. But after studying it for a long time, he had learned a lot and had evolved into many different forms. Even the creatures of the ancient Qilin cave were stunned by the sight. Thank goodness he didn't receive the complete version. Otherwise, his understanding of the Qilin's grand technique would be comparable to the Qilin's sun, sighed one of the creatures of the ancient Qilin cave. The Qilin's sun he was referring to was not an adjective. He was referring to a peerless genius of the ancient Qilin cave called the Qilin sun. Of course, the Qilin sun was also in seclusion and had yet to come out. If he came out, he would cause another storm. His status was comparable to that of Zulong's long outyin. Seeing Jun Lingsong perform a powerful technique, Princess Longji's beautiful eyes were also slightly surprised. Jun Lingsong was slightly more troublesome than she had imagined. Of course, only slightly. Princess Longji's hand appeared and a golden dragon's head appeared. The dragon had opened its mouth and let out a long roar. The roar shook the 9 heavens. The entire Windao mountain range trembled and trembled. Rocks rolled down the mountain. Some of the weaker sky prides screamed in agony as they covered their ears. Their eardrums were ruptured, and fresh blood flowed out of them. Princess Longji was performing a terrifying dragon clan technique, the dragon's roar of 1,000 mountains. Legend had it that a dragon's roar could destroy 1,000 mountains. This technique was derived from that. The terrifying sound wave directly shattered the hundreds of Qilin phantoms that were attacking him. Seeing this, Jun Lingsong activated his dermic powers and performed a defensive technique of the Jun family. The sound wave hit the defensive technique and was neutralized. Jun Lingsong used a mysterious footwork technique. With one step, he was like a Qilin leaping into the sky. In a flash, he was right above Princess Longji. He stepped down like an ancient Qilin's foot. This was another manifestation of the Qilin's grand technique called the Qilin's foot. Princess Longji's hand formed a seal, revealing a jade-white seal. This was another powerful technique, the Jade Dragon Seal. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang out. The Qilin foot and the Jade Dragon Seal collided, bursting out ripples. This kind of tit-for-tat showdown between the strong made people unable to take their eyes off of it. Jun Lingsong unleashed his immortal ascension state Dharma power. His entire body seemed to be on fire. He waved his hands in the air, and purple energy gathered to form a purple wheel. Jun Lingsong pushed with his palms as if he was pushing a millstone of life and death. How is this possible? That's the Qilin wheel of life and death. The eyes of the people from the ancient Qilin cave widened. The Qilin's wheel of life and death was one of the Qilin's profound divine abilities. Jun Lingsong had only grasped an incomplete version of the Qilin's great divine ability, yet he was able to execute this move. Sir Lingsong is indeed powerful. Jun Lingsong's followers, Jun Daolin, Jun Xiu, and the others all had excited expressions on their faces. As for Jun Wushuang and Jun Mulan, they were also speechless. Jun Lingsong is indeed powerful. Jun Wushuang shook her head. Nonsense. Otherwise, why would you be in second place all the time? Jun Mulan snorted. Jun Wushuang's face darkened. Jun Mulan was indeed a straightforward woman. She didn't even bother to be tactful with her words. Seeing Jun Lingsong's powerful move, Princess Longji's expression was calm. Her appearance had always been hidden in a seemingly illusory mist, causing others to be unable to see her expression. She seemed extremely mysterious and unfathomable. Princess Longji's jade-like hand slapped out, and she also executed the true dragon's great divine ability. Ancestral Dragon shatters the heavens. As Princess Longji executed this move, Dharma power surged in the air, and dragon chi filled the air. Vaguely, it seemed as if the shadow of an enormous ancestral dragon had appeared. When this illusory figure appeared, everyone felt a terrifying pressure. Some of the weaker cultivators couldn't help but kneel down on one knee, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. Could that be the real ancestral dragon? Some of the older cultivators took a deep breath. Zulong was named after the ancestral dragon. This was an extremely terrifying creature. The real ancestral dragon was a supreme existence that even ordinary great emperors couldn't fight against. It ruled over the immortal region. Princess Longji is the ruler of the world. Some of the people in Zulong were extremely excited. They roared into the sky, very excited. They knew that this move could only be used by someone like Princess Longji, who had the blood of the ancestral dragon in her body. This was a mighty force that represented the blessing of the ancestral dragon in the unseen world. Although it was only a shadow, it seemed to have the power to destroy the heavens. Rumble. The ancestral dragon's shadow slowly extended its dragon claw. The claw seemed to split the sky in half. Its aura was extremely terrifying. Some of the elders of the June family couldn't help but clench their fists. They were ready to attack at any time. Of course, they weren't attacking Princess Longji. They were preparing to save June Lingsong at any time. Because compared to June Lingsong's life, the June family's reputation was secondary. The man with polychoria couldn't afford to lose. June Lingsong felt the terrifying aura coming at him. He was like a reef in the raging waves. He didn't move and stood straight. He pushed the Qilin wheel of life and death with his palms. It was like a millstone of life and death that could crush the heavens. Everywhere it passed, the void shook and the clouds collapsed. Boom! The collision of their moves was like a sudden clap of thunder. The sound echoed for 100,000 miles. In this extreme collision, June Lingsong was pushed back 100 steps. The blood in his chest churned and his body trembled. He tried to use a special method to dissolve the impact, but he was still slightly injured. It's over. The man with polychoria of the June family is at a disadvantage. As expected, the ancient freaks are undefeatable. Seeing this scene, many people sighed, especially some of the young geniuses. In fact, they secretly hoped that June Lingsong could win. The reason was simple. They didn't want to see the ancient freak dominate. This era belonged to the geniuses of the current generation. What right did the ancient freak have to be above them? Princess Longji naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity after losing the first move. She used several true dragon grand techniques, all of which contain the power of the ancestral dragon's shadow. Even someone as strong as June Lingsong was forced to retreat. In the end, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. June Zhantian and the other elders of the June family felt their hearts sink. With them around, June Lingsong's life wouldn't be in danger. However, if he lost, it would be a huge blow to the June family's reputation. Zulong wouldn't let go of this opportunity to ruthlessly ridicule the June family. Is it still not enough? June Wushuang, June Mulan, and the others frowned. Although the 10 sequences of the June family were competitors within the family. However, if they encountered an external enemy, they would naturally fight against them. Therefore, June Wushuang and the others didn't want June Lingsong to lose. At least, they didn't want him to lose so badly. It's over. Princess Longji's jade-like hand pressed down on June Lingsong. Her posture was extremely arrogant, as if she wanted to slap an ant to death. This made many of the young people of the June family so angry that their faces turned red. June Lingsong was the first sequence of the June family. How could he be defeated in such a humiliating way? June Lingsong's hair fluttered as he coughed up blood. However, his expression was as cold as ice. There was no change in his expression. The path of polychoria is unparalleled in history. You want me to lose? Wishful thinking. June Lingsong let out a long howl. His hair danced wildly. The black cloth covering his eyes burned with flames and turned into ashes inch by inch. 2 terrifying rays of light from his eyes tore the sky and earth apart, shaking the universe as if they had broken open the boundless world. Polychoria, eye-opening, leisurely literature, let the soul travel. == Chapter 280. Polychoria was one of the most unparalleled talents in history. It was ranked in the top 30 among the 3,000 body types. It was extremely powerful. In ancient times, there were people with polychoria. When they opened their eyes, the world would be clear. When they closed their eyes, the world would be dark. Although it was only a simple description, it was enough to prove how powerful and terrifying this gift from the heavens was. If a person with polychoria appeared in any era, they would definitely stand at the peak of that era and become the trendsetter of that era. Now, the black cloth that sealed June Lingsong's eyes was burning into ashes. A pair of eyes with a terrifying aura appeared. Just a ray of light from his eyes seemed to be able to split the world and shatter the universe. The aura was so strong that it was unbelievable. The June family sequence number 1 has finally used his forbidden technique. Yeah, it's too terrifying. Just one look is enough to kill an ordinary genius. When they saw Jun Lingsong use his polychoria, the Tao-seeking mountain was in an uproar. Last time, Jun Lingsong didn't use this technique when he fought Princess Longji, because at that time, Jun Lingsong's polychoria was still in the process of transformation. Now, Jun Lingsong could finally use it without any hesitation. This also meant that Jun Lingsong was giving his all to protect the Jun family's reputation. A terrifying aura appeared in Jun Lingsong's right eye. A black beam of light shot out like a burning hellfire, burning the void. Boom! This beam of light pierced through the ancestor dragon's shadow, causing it to collapse. This scene caused many people to suck in a deep breath. The moment the polychoria was unsealed, it displayed such terrifying strength. The cultivators who originally thought that Jun Lingsong would lose miserably were now hesitant. Princess Longji wasn't too surprised to see this. Very good. If you didn't use your polychoria, I would be disappointed. Let me see if your polychoria is worthy of its reputation. Princess Longji's words were cold and emotionless. She was confident and arrogant. Even when Jun Lingsong brought out his polychoria, she still faced him calmly. This made some people see Princess Longji in a different light. As expected of an ancient freak, there was simply no one else with such a temperament. Being overly arrogant is just stupidity. Jun Lingsong's eyes were cold as he attacked again. With the support of the polychoria, his magic power skyrocketed, and his attacks became even more ferocious. Most importantly, everyone realized that Jun Lingsong's speed seemed to have increased a lot. No, that's not right. It's not that Jun Lingsong has sped up. It's that Princess Longji has slowed down in his eyes. Some people exclaimed. Polychoria possessed all sorts of inconceivable abilities. One of the abilities was to slow down the opponent's speed and capture every weakness. This was extremely terrifying. It was like an eagle's eye, able to slow down and then detect any weakness of the enemy. Now, Jun Lingsong was using this ability. He attacked quickly. With one hand, he used the Kirin technique, and the other hand, he used his fingers as a sword. Sword chi filled the air as he used the Jun family's Sword of the Immortal Slayer. With these two powerful techniques and the support of his polychoria, Jun Lingsong immediately displayed his overwhelming power. Princess Longji was forced to take a few steps back. Your Highness! Over at Zulong's side, some people's expressions changed. On the other hand, Princess Longji's four subordinates, the Song Dragon General, the Red Dragon General, the Black Dragon General, and the White Dragon General, looked calm as if they were watching a show. The Jun family is too naive. They can't fathom Her Highness's abilities and abilities. That's right. Polychoria is not bad, but if he thinks he can defeat Her Highness, he's too naive. The four dragon generals communicated with each other through their spiritual will, all with disdain. As expected, Princess Longji began to fight back. Book of the Dragon Emperor, Sky-Splitting Thunder Dragon Strike. Princess Longji's hair danced in the wind as she used her most powerful technique. Her spiritual power surged, causing the air to tremble. Lightning flashed and dragon chi burst forth, forming a terrifying dragon of thunder. It roared into the sky and tore through the sky. It's the Dragon Emperor's supreme technique. Feeling this terrifying power, many people cried out in alarm. Princess Longji had finally used one of her trump cards, the supreme technique. Book of the Dragon Emperor. The thunder dragon tore through the air, roaring into the 9 heavens. The surrounding area was filled with the power of thunder and lightning. Humph! Jun Lingsong huffed coldly. Dark light shot out from his right eye, shocking the world. The two of them attacked each other. In the blink of an eye, they had clashed hundreds of times. The shock waves were so strong that it made people speechless. It didn't look like a battle between two noble Ascension realm cultivators. It looked more like a battle between two saints. Everyone was watching anxiously. This battle had already reached its climax. Was the Jun family's Polychoria invincible? Or was it Zulong's ancient freak? Boom! Another collision. Jun Lingsong took 2 steps back. His eyes were serious, because even under his observation, Princess Longji's weaknesses were pitifully few. There were almost none. Book of the Dragon Emperor. Sky-burning red dragon beam. Princess Longji changed her technique again. A red dragon appeared in the air, burning with flames that seemed to be able to burn down the sky. Jun Lingsong moved to block it, only to find that the surrounding flames seemed to have a mind of their own. In the end, they turned into a red furnace, trapping Jun Lingsong inside. The red flames burned the sky and destroyed the earth. With Jun Lingsong inside, one could imagine the danger he was in. Oh no! Jun Wushuang, Jun Mulan, and the others were shocked. This was Princess Longji's ultimate move. Jun Zhantian and the other elders were also nervous. Jun Lingsong wasn't from their bloodline, but he was still a member of the Jun family. They were bound together for good or ill. Jun Zhanjian, Jun Xuehuang, and the others didn't look too good either. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "How is that possible?" The Jun family looked toward the source of the sound. They found that Jun Lingsong's left eye in the furnace was flowing with white light. It turned into a shield that covered his body, preventing him from being burned by the red flames. The Polychoria is indeed terrifying. The left eye is life and the right eye is death. When he opens and closes his eyes, life and death will flow. Some people exclaimed. Jun Lingsong was able to withstand Princess Longji's powerful suppression. He was already very outstanding in everyone's hearts. I, Jun Lingsong, will never admit defeat. Jun Lingsong roared, his eyes shocking. A ray of white light and a ray of black light shot out from his eyes. The life and death mysteries flowed and collided with each other. A shocking wave of energy exploded and shattered the furnace. Jun Lingsong threw caution to the wind and used the ultimate profundity of the dual pupils. When he opened and closed his eyes, he could live or die with a single thought. Even Princess Longji's expression froze. She had to admit that the Polychoria mysteries were very difficult to deal with. They were harder to deal with than she thought. Dragon Emperor Codex, Immortal Golden Dragon Shield. Princess Longji revealed her ultimate defense technique. The golden dragon soared into the sky and turned into a golden dragon shield. Boom! The terrifying light of the Polychoria mysteries landed on the shield, causing it to shake violently. Princess Longji took the opportunity to form a hand seal. A hairpin on her hair suddenly shot through the air. Halfway through, it turned into a black gold sacred sword. It was Princess Longji's personal weapon, the black gold dragon patterned sacred sword. Black gold dragon patterned sacred gold was the same as the reincarnation Tao gold and the purple divine mark gold. They were all materials used to forge imperial weapons. Even Jun Xiaoyao's annihilation Tyrant Saint King glove was only mixed with a little purple divine mark gold. The entire sword was made of black gold dragon patterned sacred gold. From this, it could be seen how powerful the sacred sword was. The sword swept through the universe. Even Jun Lingsong was caught off guard and was hit by the black gold dragon patterned sacred sword. Blood splattered across the sky. Jun Lingsong was sent flying. He had lost. At this moment, the various forces and countless living beings around the Tao-seeking mountain understood. The outcome had been decided. Chapter 281. Jun Lingsong retreated, blood splattering everywhere. It was a tragic sight. The black gold dragon sword was too powerful. It was as if there were shadows of true dragons coiling around it. This was Princess Longji's personal weapon, and also something left behind by the Emperor of Zulong. It was not at the level of an emperor weapon. However, it was definitely a top-tier supreme weapon, close to a boundary emperor weapon. Princess Longji had used it to severely injure June Lingsong. Despicable. Shameless. How can you call this an ancient freak? A young man from the June family roared. June Lingsong and Princess Longji fought with their abhijina. Princess Longji, on the other hand, had suddenly summoned her weapon. Anyone would be at a disadvantage right now. However, compared to the young men of the June family, the 10 sequences and the others were calmer. They only sighed deeply. There is no such thing as fairness in this world. June Wushuang sighed. Princess Longji was not only powerful, but also had a strong foundation. She had all kinds of supreme skills and supreme weapons. At this moment, a deep wound appeared on June Lingsong's chest. Blood flowed out. June Lingsong's face was cold. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. White light surged in his left eye. The wound on his body began to stop bleeding. You have lost. There is no doubt about it. Princess Longji's tone was indifferent. She ignored the curses and shouts of the young men of the June family. There was no such thing as fairness in this world. When the Emperor's road opened in the future, no one would care about a fair battle. The only thing that mattered was to seize the opportunity and survive. As an ancient freak, Princess Longji was not so naive. She had realized the truth long ago. I haven't lost yet. June Lingsong growled. He still had the ability to fight. He was not willing to give up just like that. The reason he was so persistent was mainly for the June family's reputation. Of course, there was another reason. June Lingsong knew that there was a gaze watching him from the depths of the void. Jiao did not follow June Xiaoyao to the lower realm, so she should be hiding in the dark, observing the battle. June Lingsong was unwilling to be defeated by Jiao. No need. There's no point in continuing. Princess Longji shook her head. She had already lost interest in fighting June Lingsong. The dual-pupiled man was very strong, and she had to use many methods to defeat him. But now, June Lingsong was still unable to completely threaten her. June Lingsong's eyes were cold. Enough, Lingsong. An elder from the June family sighed. They could also see that June Lingsong could continue fighting. But so what? It was indeed difficult for June Lingsong to defeat Princess Longji. At most, it would be a draw. However, June Lingsong might have to pay a heavy price. This was unacceptable to the June family, because next, something big might happen in the immortal realm, and a great opportunity would appear. They did not want June Lingsong to be heavily injured. Hearing the elder's words, June Lingsong clenched his fists, his dual-pupiled eyes filled with unwillingness. Faintly, he seemed to hear a sigh coming from the void. It was Jiao's sigh. This made June Lingsong even more uneasy. The dust of this battle had settled. Princess Longji won. Most people were not particularly surprised by this result. After all, Princess Longji had a lot of experience and was a genius many eras ago. For June Lingsong to be able to fight with her to this extent was enough to prove his ability. He was worthy of being the first in the June family. Sigh. Jiang Xingyi sighed softly. The Jiang family naturally did not want to see the June family defeated. The Grand Elder of the Holy Spirit College and the others were also speechless. On the other hand, Zulong, Wanhuang Spirit Mountain, Qilin Ancient Cave, Fallen God Palace, and other forces began to get excited. Zulong is invincible. The June family is indeed useless. First in the sequence. It's nothing in front of Princess Longji. First in the sequence. Even if sequence 0, the son of God of the June family, came, it would be the same. That's right. Invincible son of God of the June family? I think it's all a bluff. Zulong and the other Archean royalty mocked and laughed wantonly. This made the expressions of the June family sequence turn ugly. June Zhantian and the other elders' faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot. This battle was a huge blow to the June family's reputation. After all, the younger generation was the future. In this aspect, Zulong was ahead above the Jun family. This Princess Longji is so strong that even the man with polychoria pales in comparison. But the reincarnation of the Yi family's sword demon shouldn't be afraid, said an elder of the Yi family. My brother is not afraid of Princess Longji, said Wang Gang confidently from the Wang family of the north. The brother he was referring to was naturally the young emperor of the Wang family, Wang Teng. At this moment, Princess Longji's jade-like feet touched the void. Her aura was transcendent and unparalleled. Jun Lingsang's defeat pushed Princess Longji's reputation to the peak. Many creatures of the Archean royalty looked at Princess Longji with fanatical worship in their eyes, especially the creatures of Zulong. Zulong had been suppressed by the Jun family and had been humiliated. Now, Princess Longji had finally turned the tables for Zulong. Since I was born in this era, I will definitely fight for the throne in the celestial region and become an invincible hegemon. Princess Longji spoke. Her voice was vast and mighty, spreading to the heavens and earth. She was like a primordial empress, displaying her might and majesty. The entire Tao-seeking mountain and everyone was stunned by Princess Longji's bold words. Was this the spirit of an ancient freak? Many of the current generation's prodigies looked hopeless. With an ancient freak like this, when would the current generation's prodigies be able to stand out? Would they have to serve her for the rest of their lives? Damn it! Everyone from the Jun family felt extremely aggrieved. Princess Longji's words were not only to strengthen her reputation, but also to attack the rest of the prodigies, including the Jun family. Just as Princess Longji was speaking with passion and boldness, a cold voice suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. Who says they are invincible? Who says they are invincible? Other than me, who dares to call themselves a king? Accompanied by this cold and domineering voice, everyone was shocked to see a giant hand imprinted with countless runes in the sky. It covered the sky and covered the sky, slapping down from the heavens. It was like a judgment from the heavens, wanting to strangle and destroy everything. Everyone was terrified, their hearts trembling. The terrifying giant hand was like the hand of the heavens, slamming down on Princess Longji with a crushing force. Who is it? Princess Longji raised an eyebrow, raising her jade-like hand. Her spiritual energy surged, wanting to resist the heavens' might. However, as soon as they made contact, a terrifying wave of 10 billion caddies of divine energy surged out. Princess Longji's calm expression finally changed completely. Boom! Princess Longji was forced back hundreds of steps. Her blood boiled in her chest, her entire body trembling. The surrounding mountains exploded into countless pieces. Rocks flew everywhere, shaking the ground. This scene caused everyone to gasp in shock. The person had not arrived. With just one move, he had forced Princess Longji back, leaving her in such a pathetic state. This scene was too impactful. No one could regain their senses. Under everyone's fearful gazes, a blurry figure in white stood in the 9 heavens. It was as if a god had stepped into the 9 heavens, looking down on the ants of the mortal world. Chapter 282. That figure was too transcendent, too unparalleled. It was misty and filled with white mist, as if an immortal had descended to the mortal world. Everyone's eyes were focused on that figure, their eyes filled with unprecedented shock. As for some of the Jun family members, they were all excited when they heard that familiar voice. Could it be? That's right, he's back. Many of the young people of the Jun family were so excited that their eyes turned slightly red, their hearts surging. If there was anyone who could suppress Princess Longji, it had to be him. You are... Princess Longji's breasts rose and fell, her heart extremely unsettled. This was normal. Princess Longji had just won, and she had only said a few bold words. In the next moment, she was pushed back and suffered a loss. If it was anyone else, they would be stupefied, unable to accept this. Haven't you always wanted to fight this son of God? Then I'll fulfill your wish. As the white mist dissipated, a peerlessly tall figure in white appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He was divine handsome, and his robes fluttered in the wind. It was as if the white-robed divine king had descended to the world again. He was like an immortal who had not fallen into the mortal world. Apart from Jun Xiaoyao, who else could have such a proud demeanor? Son of God, it's the Son of God. Lord Son of God is back. On the Jun family side, all the young people of the Jun family couldn't help but exclaim. Their voices were hoarse from shouting, and they were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. Only God knew how sullen they had been before, being mocked by the Archean royalty, the palace of the fallen gods, and other hostile forces. These young people of the Jun family were all hot-blooded and had sincere hearts. They couldn't accept the humiliation of the Jun family, and now their backbone, the Son of God of the Jun family, Sequence 0, had finally returned. Young Master, Jun Zhanjian, Jun Wanjie, and the others were also excited. There were also Jun Linglong and Jun Xiaohuang, whose faces were filled with excitement and longing. Even Jun Daolin, Jun Xiu, and the others who followed Jun Lingsang. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's arrival, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who was capable of turning the situation around at the moment. I've finally met Sequence 0. Jun Wushuang smiled, but at the same time she was a little surprised. Has Jun Xiaoyao's reputation in the Jun family already reached such a level? It's really tender and delicious. Jun Mulan also smiled. Jun Wushuang glanced at Jun Mulan. There's something wrong with you. Haha, my grandson is back. Jun Zhantian looked up to the sky and laughed. He was relieved. The rest of the elders, whose faces were as black as the bottom of a pot, regained their smiles. Their smiles were like chrysanthemums. Obviously, they were very confident in Jun Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao. On the Jiang family side, Jiang Xingyi's heart couldn't help but tremble when she saw the person she hadn't seen for a long time. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's arrogant demeanor was too extraordinary. He exuded an unprecedented charm. The eldest princess, Wu Mingyue, also couldn't help but feel excited when she saw Jun Xiaoyao's arrival. It's indeed the Son of God of the Jun family. He's back. This is interesting. The Son of God is back. Who can stop him? Did you notice the energy of the Son of God of the Jun family? How is that possible? Did I sense it wrong? A reaching heaven state? As Jun Xiaoyao showed up, the entire Wendao Mountain was in an uproar. Jun Xiaoyao's influence was undeniable. Wherever he went, he was the talk of the town. He was the eye of the storm. Princess Longji's original opponent was Jun Xiaorao. However, because Jun Xiaoyao hadn't returned, Jun Lingsang had taken his place. Now Jun Xiaoyao had shown up. His energy and strength shocked countless people. He's really in the reaching heaven state. How is that possible? Yeah, it hasn't been that long. The Son of God of the Jun family was only in the perfect consolidation stage, wasn't he? The Son of God of the Jun family has broken through 3 stages in such a short time. Oh my God! Even those from the older generation were speechless, let alone the young heaven's favorites. The speed of his breakthroughs was terrifying. Jun Xiaoyao. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao show up, Xiao Chen's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. However, the aura emanating from Jun Xiaoyao at that moment made even his soul tremble. There was an unimaginable gap between him and Jun Xiaorao. Jun Xiaoyao probably didn't even need to lift a finger to kill him. In the distance, another group of people arrived. It was Jiang Luoli, Yu, and a group of people. After they returned to the Huangtian mystic realm with Jun Xiaoyao, they immediately learned about the battle between Jun Lingsang and Princess Longji. Therefore, they also used the teleportation portal in the ancient path state without stopping, all the way to the Dao-seeking mountain. At this moment, the arrival of the main character, Jun Xiaoyao, undoubtedly pushed the battle to the climax. After all, Princess Longji's target from the beginning was Jun Xiaorao. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at the injured Jun Lingsong and said, "Thank you, cousin." "You little brat." Jun Lingsong shook his head with a smile, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. He could feel that Jun Xiaoyao's level had surpassed his. What a monster! I finally understand Ah Zhou's choice. Jun Lingsong sighed inwardly. He wondered if it was time for him to let go of this obsession. On the other hand, Princess Longji's expression turned cold as she watched Jun Lingsong talk to Jun Xiaoyao, who didn't seem to care about her at all. The son of God of the Jun family knows how to sneak up on someone. Princess Longji's words were sharp. It was only then that Jun Xiaoyao turned his attention to Princess Longji. His face was still cold and indifferent. "You're just a female loach. How dare you talk about dominating the Emperor's road? Who gave you the confidence? Who gave you the right?" Jun Xiaoyao's words silenced the entire Dao-seeking mountain. Everyone's expression seemed to have frozen. Princess Longji's words were a little sharp. Jun Xiaoyao's words were blatant disdain. I didn't hear wrong, did I? A female loach? Is that how you describe Princess Longji? One of the heaven's favorites stuttered, unable to react. "I think so." After regaining their senses, everyone was a little dumbfounded and a little stunned. Princess Longji was unparalleled in her generation, noble and beautiful. Even the human cultivators were mesmerized by Princess Longji's beauty. But now, Jun Xiaoyao had compared Princess Longji to a female loach. This was shocking. The people of the Zulong Mountain all flushed red with anger. "What did you say?" Even Princess Longji herself couldn't believe her ears. She was unparalleled in her generation, her charm unparalleled. Since ancient times, countless paragons had prostrated themselves before her. They couldn't even kneel and lick her feet. But now, she was being humiliated and looked down upon like this. Boom! Princess Longji's spiritual energy exploded, her heart unable to calm down. She couldn't help but want to make a move and teach this son of God a lesson. At that moment, a handsome young man with pale skin and dressed in a black and gold robe stepped out and cupped his hands slightly at Jun Xiaoyao. "Master, it's rare for Wang Chuan to meet an ancient freak. I'm excited to see her. May I make a move first?" The person who stepped out was Wang Chuan. "Sure." Jun Xiaoyao nodded. He didn't think much of Princess Longji anyway. Many people were suspicious when they saw the young man who had suddenly walked out. What was going on? Was Jun Xiaoyao so afraid of Princess Longji that he sent his men to their deaths? Who is he? What kind of background does Jun Xiaoyao's subordinate have? How dare he attack Princess Longji without knowing his place? Just then, an elder from a powerful force studied Wang Chuan, his eyes widening. Could he be that person? Yes, elder, do you know who he is? Chapter 283. What? Wang Chuan, the holy son of the demon sect of Samsara? The demon sect of Samsara is an immortal sect from many years ago. Didn't they disappear in the river of time? No, he means that Wang Chuan is an ancient freak. As the news spread, every living being on the Dao-seeking mountain was dumbfounded. Many people knew about the demon sect of Samsara. After all, it used to be a powerful immortal sect. However, it was destroyed and disappeared in the river of time after provoking the forbidden zone of life. As for Wang Chuan, some people remembered him. There used to be such a peerless genius in the demon sect of Samsara who stood at the top of the world in that era. However, many people couldn't connect the young man in front of them with the strongest holy sun. Wang Chuan took a step forward with a wisp of wisdom in his eyes. He was willing to take the initiative to attack because he wanted to curry favor with Jun Xiaoyao and work for him. At least in the future, he would feel more comfortable working for Jun Xiaoyao. If Jun Xiaoyao trusted him, he would even let the Jun family train him. Thinking of this, he didn't lose anything. Instead, he gained something. Wang Chuan's magic power vibrated, and his reaching heaven realm cultivation spread out. At the same time, a terrifying power of reincarnation spread out. That power is the power of reincarnation. It's the sacred reincarnation body. This young man is really an ancient freak from the demon sect of Samsara. After Wang Chuan displayed the sacred reincarnation body, his identity was confirmed. There was no doubt that he was an ancient freak from the demon sect of Samsara who had only broken out of the seal in this era. Then, everyone thought of something that made them feel incomparably shocked. Wang Chuan seemed to have called Jun Xiaorao young master just now. Could it be that the son of God of the Jun family has subdued an ancient freak? This must be a joke. An ancient freak is superior and arrogant. How could he submit to someone else? When they thought of this, many forces were shocked and dumbfounded. A contemporary genius had subdued an ancient freak. Wasn't this the opposite? Lord Son of God actually subdued an ancient freak. Lord Son of God is invincible. The young people of the Jun family were ecstatic when they heard this. Their blood seemed to be boiling. Who could subdue an ancient freak? Jun Xiaoyao was the only one who could do it. What? You actually submitted to him? Even Princess Longji couldn't hide her shock. She was the first ancient freak to break the seal in the Huangtian mystic realm, unless there were other ancient freaks, the descendants of the great emperors, or the youngest son of the emperor of the ancients. Otherwise, Princess Longji would not be able to find an opponent. But now, a prodigy who had been slumbering for countless epochs like her had appeared. Most importantly, this ancient freak had chosen to submit to Jun Xiaoyao. This was unimaginable. Princess Longji's knowledge was refreshed. Hearing the criticisms, Wang Chuan coldly snorted and said, "Young master's strength is something you cannot imagine. You are just a group of frogs at the bottom of a well." From Wang Chuan's perspective, Jun Xiaoyao was insanely powerful, not to mention other ancient freaks. Even the descendants of the great emperors and inheritors of the forbidden zones might not be Jun Xiaoyao's match. Jun Xiaoyao's strength was not something that ordinary ancient freaks could deal with. What a disgrace! Princess Longji's eyes were cold, although she and Wang Chuan were not from the same faction. But at least they were all ancient freaks who were slumbering. Wang Chuan's actions had undoubtedly destroyed the high status of the ancient freaks in the eyes of the world. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to compete with young master, you have to ask me first. Wang Chuan attacked. With a punch, the power of reincarnation surged. The reason why Wang Chuan felt weak before, that was because his opponent was Jun Xiaoyao. Compared to Jun Xiaoyao, which prodigy wasn't weak? Beautiful book. But other than Jun Xiaoyao, Wang Chuan was not weaker than anyone. He was an ancient freak with deep accumulation. Plus, he had the sacred body of reincarnation. Even against Princess Longji, he could put up a fight. Seeing Wang Chuan attack, Princess Longji attacked as well. She did not hesitate. She directly took out her black gold dragon-patterned sacred sword, wanting to end the battle quickly. There was no way she would have been able to fight Jun Xiaoyao's men for so long otherwise. Wang Chuan saw this and felt a sense of danger. His aura had not merged with the aura of the current generation. Unlike Princess Longji, whose strength had completely recovered after her seclusion, Wang Chuan took out his small 6 paths of reincarnation disc and clashed with Princess Longji's black gold dragon patterned sacred sword. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly as the two ancient freaks fought against each other. Seeing this dramatic scene, many people were speechless. Wasn't it supposed to be a battle between Jun Xiaoyao and Princess Longji? How did it become Jun Xiaoyao's subordinate fighting Princess Longji? The Archean royalty, who had been smug and arrogant before, now held their breaths. They were embarrassed and speechless. No one would have thought that Jun Xiaoyao would do this. He had subdued an ancient freak to fight for him. Boom! 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 The sound of the battle was like thunder on the ground. Terrifying ripples of Dharma power spread out. Wang Chuan and Princess Longji's battle had reached its climax. Seeing this, some of the Jun family's sequences sighed. Jun Xiaoyao had gradually surpassed the younger generation. Even his subordinate could compete with the top prodigies. But in this battle, Wang Chuan was at a disadvantage. It wasn't that his sacred reincarnation constitution was weak, but that he had not gone into seclusion and his aura had not merged with the aura of the immortal region. Plus, Princess Longji had many tricks up her sleeve and her bloodline was very strong. So Wang Chuan was suppressed. Boom! Another collision. Wang Chuan and the small 6 paths of reincarnation disc were both pushed back. His qi and blood churned in his chest and his bones cracked. As expected of the dragon race, Wang Chuan's expression was serious. If he did not have the sacred reincarnation constitution, he might not be able to withstand Princess Longji's physical strength. Though Princess Longji's body was graceful, the amount of physical strength she possessed was terrifying. After all, she had the ancient royal bloodline. Enough, Wang Chuan, come back. Jun Xiaoyao, who was watching the battle, said. Wang Chuan's expression was not good. Ever since he came to the lower realm, he had been defeated again and again. Losing to Jun Xiaoyao was fine. After all, Jun Xiaoyao was a rare genius. It was normal for him to lose. But now he had lost to Princess Longji. This made Wang Chuan feel frustrated. I have disappointed you. Wang Chuan stepped back and saluted Jun Xiaoyao. Your aura has not reached its peak. It is normal for you to lose, Jun Xiaoyao said calmly. After he spoke, he stepped forward and faced Princess Longji. Is it finally here? The final battle. Seeing the two of them face off, everyone became excited and watched nervously. Jun Xiaoyao, this time, I will make you taste defeat. Xiao Chen's expression was ferocious. Princess Longji looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a cold look in her eyes. Due to how Jun Xiaoyao had addressed her in such a condescending manner, she was filled with murderous intent. Jun Xiaoyao, I will let you know the price of insulting me. Princess Longji's voice was cold. Her temperament was like that of an ancient empress, cold and domineering. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, chuckled. Who gave you the confidence to act so high and mighty in front of the Son of God? Chapter 284. Jun Xiaoyao's words were so overbearing that everyone was stunned. They all gasped in shock. As the saying goes, one's words were the law. Words were not spoken carelessly. Some words would have to bear great karma. Jun Xiaoyao's words were like saying that all gods and Buddhas had to bow before him. This was already an outrageous statement. It might even be punished by the heavens. But was Jun Xiaoyao afraid? Not at all, because this was the truth. Jun Xiaoyao had the confidence to say this. After Jun Xiaoyao finished speaking, he reached out his palm. His mana was vast and boundless, like an ancient river rushing out. He was overbearing and did not hesitate at all. He attacked directly. His aura shocked the world. Heaven and earth trembled because of him. The power of the full completion of the Ascension realm exploded without reservation. He really is the full completion of the Ascension realm. It was only after Jun Xiaoyao revealed his true level of strength that everyone was able to confirm their suspicions. Jun Xiaoyao had indeed made 3 consecutive breakthroughs in the short amount of time he spent in the lower worlds. His current cultivation had caught up to ancient freaks like Princess Longji. His cultivation speed was monstrous. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao coming at her, Princess Longji's expression froze. To be honest, Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation had surprised her. Princess Longji thought that she was the benchmark for the younger generation of the Huangtian mystic realm. However, Jun Xiaoyao was able to reach the same level as her in such a short amount of time. Princess Longji couldn't help but feel a strong sense of danger. Princess Longji attacked at the same time, using the anti-dragon hand. Her mana transformed into a ferocious dragon claw, clashing with Jun Xiaoyao's mana hand. Boom! In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The wind and clouds shook. Before, when Princess Longji fought with Jun Lingsang and Wang Chuan, she had suppressed them, because Princess Longji had the bloodline of the ancient emperor. Although her jade body was snow-white and graceful, her strength and tenacity were extremely strong. Not many living beings' bodies could compare to the dragon's. But now, their fists met. Jun Xiaoyao's strength made Princess Longji's expression change. Bang! A terrifying force exploded, forcing Princess Longji to retreat. Her crystal-like arms cracked as if they were being crushed by a giant force. This scene caused everyone to gasp in shock. Princess Longji is at a disadvantage? Just how strong is the physical strength of the son of God of the Jun family? Many people cried out in surprise. Even the older generation's eyes were twitching. Jun Xiaoyao's physical strength seemed to be so strong that the void was faintly distorted. Princess Longji took a deep breath, her breasts rising and falling. The arm that she used to strike was trembling slightly, as if it had almost been dislocated. This Jun Xiaoyao. Princess Longji's expression changed. For the first time, she took him seriously. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was indifferent. He did not take a step back. He casually sized up Princess Longji's misty face and said coldly, "I, the son of God, do not like to hide. Don't pretend to be mysterious." Jun Xiaoyao attacked again. The wings of freedom extended from his back. The snow-white wings flashed with holy light, making Jun Xiaoyao look even more like the king of gods. He had a holy aura. His wings flapped and he moved at top speed. His fist carried unparalleled strength as it smashed towards Princess Longji. Princess Longji resisted. She reached out with her jade hand and strengthened the bloodline of the ancient emperor. There was a dragon's roar. An illusion of the ancestor dragon appeared. It meant that Princess Longji had been strengthened by the ancestor dragon's power. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with disdain. He also pushed the strength of the hell-crushing divine elephant to the extreme. The 100,000 dragon elephant particles in his body exploded at the same time. That was 10 billion pounds of divine power. What did that mean? It was unimaginable. It didn't seem like a power that humans could control. As he punched out, the space in front of him rippled with layers of spatial ripples because of this divine power. Seeing the ripples, Princess Longji's eyes flashed with shock. Bang! There was a huge collision. The two stared at each other. Two ancient stars collided, creating huge waves. The surrounding mountains were flattened by the shock wave. Rocks rolled down. Jun Xiaoyao's full power was not something Princess Longji could withstand. She retreated quickly. The dragon energy in her body vibrated, trying to dissipate the power. At the same time, because of the shock wave, the mysterious mist covering Princess Longji's face was also dispersed. A peerlessly beautiful face that could topple the world was finally revealed before the eyes of the world. Eyebrows like the crescent moon, eyes like autumn water, red lips a heavenly beauty. Many people were dumbfounded by the scene. Although they knew that Princess Longji would be beautiful, they didn't expect her to be this beautiful. Princess Longji was angry. In the eyes of the world, she had always maintained a noble and mysterious image. But now, Jun Xiaoyao had ruined it. Jun Xiaoyao's actions had offended her greatly. Princess Longji was furious. She used the Dragon Emperor's supreme technique again. The terrifying power of lightning spread out and turned into a lightning dragon. It was the lightning dragon sky-ripping strike, aimed at Jun Xiaoyao's head. Jun Xiaoyao formed the human ruler's seal. The shadow of an emperor appeared behind him. With Jun Xiaoyao's current strength, every move he made was accompanied by 10 billion divine power. Even the most basic of moves could turn something rotten into something magical and explode with unimaginable power. not to mention a powerful mystique like the human ruler's seal. Jun Xiaoyao struck with the seal, shattering the universe and suppressing the world. The lightning dragon was shattered by Jun Xiaoyao's move. Jun Xiaoyao didn't slow down, suppressing Princess Longji. Princess Longji used the immortal golden dragon shield. A golden dragon shadow appeared, coiling in the air. It turned into a golden dragon shield, trying to block Jun Xiaoyao's attack. Jun Xiaoyao blasted the shield with his seal, causing the entire shield to tremble violently. "Break it!" Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were cold. His move surged, his divine power unparalleled. Nothing could stop his attack. He shouted coldly. Crack! The golden dragon shield was filled with cracks, then shattered completely. Splat! Princess Longji's blood was in turmoil as she was pushed back again. Her beautiful face was flushed with an unnatural red. She had suffered internal injuries. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao suppressing Princess Longji, the entire place was silent. Who would have thought that Princess Longji, who had been so overbearing before, would be completely suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao? So strong! How can he be so strong? Jun Wushuang, Jun Mulan, and the others were shocked. Jun Xiaoyao was the youngest of all the sequences of the Jun family, but his strength had surpassed all the sequences of the Jun family. Jun Zhantian and the other elders were very satisfied. Jun Xiaoyao's trip to the lower realm had indeed changed a lot. Looks like I, the son of God, have overestimated you. How disappointing. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He didn't take a single step back. His entire being exuded an unparalleled, domineering aura. If Princess Longji's aura was that of an empress, then Jun Xiaoyao was the king of gods who controlled everything. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. There was no comparison. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. Chapter 285. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's blatant mockery. Princess Longji's beautiful face flushed red with anger. All this time, she had been very calm as an ancient well. No one could disturb her. But now, Jun Xiaoyao kept calling her a female loach. It was hard for her to stay calm. No matter what, Princess Longji was still a woman. She could not tolerate such insulting words. Don't be so smug. I haven't shown you my full strength yet. Princess Longji cried, using her ultimate move again. A terrifying projection of a true dragon appeared. It opened its gigantic mouth, as if it possessed the powerful ability to devour all realms. This was one of Princess Longji's strongest moves from the Codex of the Dragon Emperor. The dark dragon swallows the heavens. The dark dragon roared into the sky, opened its mouth, and sucked in all the clouds in the sky. Many of the older cultivators hurriedly used all kinds of energy shields to protect their disciples, afraid that they would be affected. You want to compete with me in swallowing? Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a mocking smile. He casually stretched out his hand, and a pitch-black, devouring vortex appeared. It was the god-swallowing demonic art. That technique is... Many people saw Jun Xiaoyao's move and their eyes widened. Their brains seemed to short-circuit. That's right, it's the god-swallowing demonic art. The son of God of the Jun family has inherited the god-swallowing demonic art. An elder from a large faction couldn't help but exclaim. The heaven-devouring evil lord had once caused a bloodbath in the immortal domain. His god-swallowing demonic art was naturally well known. No one expected Jun Xiaoyao to have inherited the god-swallowing demonic art. That's too scary. The son of God of the Jun family has inherited the god-swallowing demonic art. We have to be careful of his opponents in the future. Yeah, the son of God of the Jun family is cruel to his enemies. With the god-swallowing demonic art, his opponents won't even have a complete corpse left. Jun Xiaoyao was known for his cruelty to his enemies. Many people were still afraid. If anyone else had inherited the god-swallowing demonic art, many factions would have attacked them. However, the one who obtained the devouring god demonic art was Jun Xiaoyao, so no one dared to say anything. Princess Longji's black dragon swallows the heavens was powerful, but it was only one of the techniques in the codex of the Dragon Emperor. As for the god-devouring demonic art, it was a complete paragon art that specialized in devouring power. Its power was even more terrifying, and it even overshadowed the profound dragon heaven-devouring technique. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jun Xiaoyao's devouring vortex directly swallowed the entire mystery dragon and refined it into nothingness. Seeing that her move had been countered by Jun Xiaoyao, Princess Longji's expression darkened. Previously, when she was dealing with Jun Lingsong and Wang Chuan, she had been suppressing them the entire time and had the upper hand. But now, she was being suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao. Whether it was his physical body or his mystique, he seemed to be restrained by Jun Xiaoyao. I don't believe it. Princess Longji's hair danced in the wind, her eyes almost dyed gold. This meant that Princess Longji had pushed her spiritual energy to the limit. She was an ancient freak, and the princess of the dragon tribe with the blood of the ancient emperor flowing in her veins. Her pride was higher than anyone else's. Naturally, she did not want to be suppressed by Jun Xiaoyao. Codex of the Dragon Emperor, Heavenly Dragons, World Roar. Princess Longji waved her hand, and a giant dragon head appeared. It seemed to cover the sun and moon, and was as big as an ancient star. The dragon had opened its mouth, and a terrifying wave of light rippled out, sweeping all around. The powerful figures around them acted, forming a heaven and earth cage, sealing off the space around them to prevent the shock waves from destroying the entire Dao-seeking mountain range. Princess Longji's move was extremely terrifying, as if it could destroy the world. Wherever the wave of light passed, the mountains exploded, and the trees turned to dust. It was likely that any cultivator below the Heaven Ascension stage would be directly shaken into mincemeat if they were struck by this move. Even the Ascension Realm cultivator would be severely injured. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the air, one hand behind his back. He clenched his other hand into a fist and punched. As if 6 worlds were crashing down at the same time, waves of reincarnation energy exploded, exploding in the air. The 6 reincarnation vortexes seemed to be 6 small worlds as they blasted out with Jun Xiaoyao's fists. This was the ultimate fist technique, the fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation. With one punch, the air boiled. The frightening wave of light was directly dispersed by the fist. It was simply unable to stop this frightening power. Princess Longji's expression changed drastically. The terrifying reincarnation fist radiance made her feel extreme danger. Clang! An ear-piercing sound of a sword rang. Princess Longji took out her black gold dragon blade again. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the battle. On one hand, they were shocked by Jun Xiaoyao's fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation. On the other hand, they wanted to know if history would repeat itself. Would Jun Xiaoyao be severely injured by the black gold dragon blade again? Looking at the black gold dragon blade that was slashing toward him, Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a cold smile. Do you really think a sword can turn the tables? Open your eyes and watch carefully. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and grabbed at the air. Just as everyone was puzzled, the air cracked. The void split open, and an ancient sword filled with a vast emperor's aura tore through the void and emerged. Its sword light could illuminate the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Its emperor's might could sweep through the 10 worlds and 8 lands. Rumble. The moment the ancient sword appeared, the air boiled. It was the emperor weapon, the coiling emperor sword. Shocking. It was an unparalleled shock. When the coiling emperor sword appeared, everyone was stunned. Their minds went numb and their bodies trembled. That aura, it's an emperor weapon. It's the coiling emperor sword, the Jin dynasty's emperor weapon. How could it be in Jun Xiaoyao's hands? Oh my God, the son of God of the Jun family actually has an emperor weapon all by himself. How is this possible? Shocked exclamations resounded throughout the world. Everyone's minds went blank, and their mouths were dry. That was an emperor weapon. It was a supreme emperor weapon for an immortal force. But now, Jun Xiaoyao had taken it out so easily. This made everyone's eyeballs pop out. The coiling emperor sword. On the side of the Jin dynasty, many cultivators of the Jin dynasty froze, and their breathing almost stopped. Master has really collected all 3 coiling emperor swords, Wu Mingyue muttered in her heart. She admired Jun Xiaoyao even more. The various clan of the ancients, immortal forces, and Archean royalty were all dumbfounded. Even the members of the Jun family were a little stunned. Everyone was stunned. Xiaoyao has an emperor weapon. Jun Zhantian's brain suddenly short-circuited. Even in the Jun family, there were only a few emperor weapons. Jun Xiaoyao actually found an emperor weapon? Even though Jun Zhantian was extremely confident in his grandson, he never expected Jun Xiaoyao to have the ability to bring such a big surprise to the Jun family. Haha, as expected of the son of God of the Jun family. The other elders of the Jun family couldn't stop laughing. They didn't know what to say. I'm convinced. What about you? Jun Mulan, the 3rd sequence, said in a daze. I'm also convinced. Jun Wushuang, the 2nd sequence, replied in a daze. Cousin Xiaoyao, I'm not as good as you. Jun Lingsong sighed in admiration. The competitive spirit in his heart was completely extinguished. How could he compete when the other party had already taken out an emperor weapon? Using his head to compete? Compared to the other people present, who were either shocked, stunned, or in disbelief, Princess Longji, who was in the middle of the battle, instantly paled as if her beautiful face had been painted. She was in a very unstable state. He had even taken out an emperor weapon. How could they compete? In front of an emperor weapon, she, Princess Longji, was just a female loach. She was even inferior. Leisurely literature, let the soul travel. == Chapter 286. What kind of concept was an imperial weapon? It was a strategic weapon. Generally speaking, they were the trump cards of an immortal force and would not be taken out easily. They would only be taken out when an immortal battle was about to start or when the fate of an immortal force was at stake. Otherwise, who would be so free as to run around with an imperial weapon? It was also because of this that imperial weapons rarely appeared in the world. Many cultivators had never even seen an imperial weapon in their entire lives. But now, in front of so many forces and countless living beings, Jun Xiaoyao took out the Pan Huang sword just like that. Most importantly, this imperial weapon did not belong to the Jun family. It belonged to Jun Xiaoyao himself. This was a little terrifying. It was not that Zulong did not have an imperial weapon, but it was impossible for them to let Princess Longji use it personally. This was too extravagant. Oh my God! This is the first time I've seen an imperial weapon in my life. Let's take a picture as a memento. A genius from an ordinary force took out a light shadow stone excitedly and recorded a picture of himself and the imperial weapon in the distance. This action seemed ridiculous, but no one laughed at him, because most of the younger generation present had never seen an imperial weapon before. Even the older generation had not seen many of them. It had been a long time since an immortal battle had happened in the Huangtian mystic realm. All the cultivators present were speechless. Zulong's living beings were even more furious. Their faces flushed red, and they almost cursed out loud. For a battle between the younger generation, you actually took out your imperial armament. It felt like 2 3-year-old children were fighting with wooden swords. But one of them suddenly took out a Gatling gun. Rumble! While everyone was still immersed in shock, the Pan Huang sword emitted a terrifying sword light. It sensed a provocation. The black gold dragon sword slashed across the sky. This sword was also made of divine materials used to forge imperial weapons. However, it was still fundamentally different from an imperial weapon. The two were not on the same level. The current Jun Xiaoyao naturally could not unleash the true power of the Pan Huang sword. However, Even if it was only a 10,000th of its power, it was not something that the other geniuses could withstand. Clang! Before the black gold dragon mark holy sword touched the Pan Huang sword, it clashed with the sword light of the Pan Huang sword and was immediately sent flying. A gap had appeared on the blade of the sword, and several cracks seemed to have spread across the entire sword. Come back! Princess Longji paled. The black gold dragon patterned sacred sword was her personal weapon. In the future, if she nurtured it well, it might be able to grow together with her and become a quasi-emperor weapon or even an emperor weapon. Now that the black gold dragon striped holy sword was damaged, Princess Longji's heart ached. The members of the Jun family were elated when they saw the scene. It was as if they had vented their anger. Previously, Princess Longji had used this sword to injure Jun Lingsong. If not for this, Jun Lingsong would not have been defeated so easily. Now, Princess Longji wanted to use the same trick against Jun Xiaoyao. In the end, he went for wool and came home shorn. Instead, his black gold dragon patterned sacred sword was damaged. The sacred sword flew out and was controlled by Princess Longji. However, the sword's aura once again forced Princess Longji back. She swallowed the sweetness in her throat. Seeing Princess Longji in such a sorry state, everyone sighed. How was she supposed to fight? There was no way. Jun Xiaoyao, you've gone too far. This is just a battle between the younger generation, and you've even used your emperor weapon. A creature from Zulong roared. If not for the emperor weapon, Princess Longji would not have been so suppressed. That's right. What's the point of relying only on your emperor weapon? The creatures from Wan Huang's spiritual mountain and Qilin ancient cave shouted as well. The defeat of Princess Longji of the lair of Zulong was a disgrace to all the far ancient royal families. In the face of these baseless accusations, Jun Xiaoyao was as calm as ever. His emotions were as still as an ancient well. No one could disturb him. Oh, when did I, the son of God, say that Princess Longji is not allowed to use her emperor weapon? She can use it. Jun Xiaoyao's nonchalant words rendered all of the members of the far ancient royal family speechless, unable to say a single word of rebuttal. That's right. Jun Xiaoyao did not say that Princess Longji could not use her emperor weapon. But could anyone be like Jun Xiaoyao and take out an emperor weapon so casually? Princess Longji almost suffered internal injuries when she heard this. Jun Xiaoyao's calm words not only made the Archean royalty speechless, but also gave Princess Longji a tight slap in the face. How could she have an emperor weapon with her? Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's rebuttal, the crowd sighed. I heard that the son of God of the Jun family is a man of few words. However, when he speaks, he can infuriate his enemies. That's right. The son of God of the Jun family is not afraid of anyone's provocation. At this moment, Jun Xiaoyao held the Pan Huang sword and stood in the air. He looked like a god of swordsmanship. Princess Longji did not dare to act rashly. She was too afraid of the Pan Huang sword. Jun Xiaoyao could take out the Pan Huang sword so casually because he was confident that no one would dare to snatch it from him. If a genius without any background dared to take out an emperor weapon in front of everyone, he would be courting death. Is it because you can't afford to play? If you can't, just say it. I, the son of God, might be more lenient. Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly. This smile deeply hurt Princess Longji's self-esteem. She wanted to refute and fight back. However, upon sensing the might of the imperial armament, that impulse was suppressed. Princess Longji had never felt so humiliated. She was the descendant of the ancient emperors, the ancient freak of Zulong, but she was suppressed to the point where she could not say a word. After a long while, Princess Longji clenched her jade-like hands tightly and squeezed out a sentence from between her teeth. If I don't have an emperor weapon, I won't be afraid of you. This meant that Princess Longji had admitted defeat. She did not dare to fight against the emperor weapon. Looks like you can't afford to play. It's okay. I, the son of God, can fulfill your wish. After all, there's no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Jun Xiaoyao looked down from above, his tone cold and mocking. What he meant was that there was no need to use an emperor weapon to deal with Princess Longji. Princess Longji's lungs were about to explode from anger. Her beautiful face flushed red. She really wanted to tear Jun Xiaoyao apart. Xiaoyao, seeing that Jun Xiaoyao was about to put away the Pan Huang sword, everyone in the Jun family was worried. Jun Xiaoyao, on the other hand, looked nonchalant. He was not a fool who would not use the emperor weapon when he had one. If this was the Emperor Road or some other life-and-death battle, Jun Xiaoyao would naturally use the emperor weapon. The so-called fair battle was nothing in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. The one who had the last laugh was the winner. However, the situation was different now. This was a battle. If Jun Xiaoyao used the emperor weapon, he could easily suppress Princess Longji. Everyone would think that it was the emperor weapon's credit and had nothing to do with Jun Xiaoyao. If Jun Xiaoyao wanted to make the Jun family famous, he had to suppress Princess Longji with his own abilities. Because of this consideration, Jun Xiaoyao chose to put away the Pan Huang sword. Had it been any other occasion, Jun Xiaoyao would probably have used the imperial weapon to kill Princess Longji. Chapter 287. The Jun family's son of God really put away the Pan Huang sword. How bold! If he used the imperial weapon, there would be no suspense in this battle. Actually, this is good too. Now we can know the Jun family's son of God's true abilities. Otherwise, all the credit would go to the imperial weapon. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao put away the Pan Huang sword, everyone started whispering. The imperial aura slowly dissipated. Princess Longji finally let out a sigh of relief. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to block Jun Xiaoyao's attack. Without the imperial weapon's threat, Princess Longji's aura surged again. Her entire being was filled with anger. Her aura was cold. Princess Longji is angry. This is going to be interesting. He's angered an ancient freak. Let's see how the Jun family's son of God deals with this. Princess Longji's hair flowed in the wind. The two jade-white dragon horns on her snow-white forehead shone brightly. Clearly, Princess Longji was very angry. She wasn't afraid that Jun Xiaoyao would go back on his word. She took out the Pan Huang sword again. After all, there were so many people watching. Unless Jun Xiaoyao wanted to embarrass the Jun family, he would definitely keep his promise. But in reality, Princess Longji had already lost. Jun Xiaoyao could actually crush her directly. Because of this, Princess Longji wanted to win back 10%. At least without the imperial weapon, she still had a chance. Ancient Emperor's blood. Princess Longji shouted coldly. Her aura surged like a volcano. She finally activated her Ancient Emperor's blood completely. Behind her, a 10,000-meter-long dragon seemed to appear. The dragon's body was like a mountain ridge that snaked into the depths of the void. Her aura was shockingly powerful. The Archean royalty had a huge advantage. It was the power of the bloodline. This power of inheritance was extremely powerful. It could provide a huge boost to the descendants of the bloodline. Instantly, Princess Longji's aura surged. She vaguely had the power of the divine fire realm. At the same time, a pale green soft armor seemed to appear on the surface of her body. This was also the defensive manifestation of his bloodline power. In an instant, Princess Longji's aura changed from that of a beautiful woman in a palace dress. She transformed into a heroic-looking goddess of war in soft armor. Seeing Princess Longji's aura skyrocket and her new appearance, many people sighed. As expected of an ancient freak who had accumulated countless eras, he had one trump card after another. If Jun Xiaoyao had not used his imperial armament, the outcome of the battle would have been difficult to predict. Jun Xiaoyao, try again. Princess Longji shouted, her aura threatening. It was as if she had transformed into a female war goddess of the dragon race as she charged toward Jun Xiaoyao with unparalleled bloodline power. This was already comparable to the might of the divine flame realm. You're so confident just because you change your avatar. Let this son of God show you what despair is. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes were also overflowing with cold light. Although Princess Longji was a peerless beauty, he would not hold back at all. The dermic power of the full completion of the heavenly ascension realm exploded. The divine elephant overpowering divine elephants, 5 billion kilograms of divine power exploded. He punched out, his arms surrounded by endless immortal light. It was the immortal bones of the great, all-embracing realm shining one after another. The 3 types of power added to his punch was enough to shock the world. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao and Princess Longji collided, fist and palm colliding. Bang! Like a thunderclap, the terrifying collision exploded in everyone's ears. In this extreme collision, Princess Longji was forced back again. Jun Xiaoyao did not hold back at all. He took out the wings of freedom and punched, repeatedly. Each punch contained 5 billion kilograms of divine power, and the power of the immortal bones of the great, all-embracing realm. If this punch landed, even a star would be smashed, let alone a person. Princess Longji's expression finally changed to one of shock. She had the power of the ancient imperial bloodline, but she could not beat Jun Xiaoyao in terms of physical strength. This made him feel powerless. Jun Xiaoyao grabbed with his hand. Dermic power gathered, forming a golden spear, exuding a holy aura. This was the evolved version of the underworld spear, the heavenly god spear. Jun Xiaoyao threw the heavenly god spear, its terrifying power almost piercing through the void. Princess Longji hurriedly formed a seal to resist, but still could not block the heavenly god spear's overwhelming power. Splurt! The invincible Princess Longji finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Princess Longji is vomiting blood and is injured. Many people were shouting. Many members of the far ancient royal family cried out in disbelief. Now, Princess Longji was one of the leaders of the Archean royalty, but she was injured by Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao followed up with another attack. The combatant formula, the man-ruler seal, the heaven and earth cauldron, the immortal slayer sword. Jun Xiaoyao used all kinds of martial arts dermic powers. He was very familiar with them, reaching the peak. In the end, Jun Xiaoyao even used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to control 6 different martial arts dermic powers. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was a supreme fist technique. It was very profound. Even Jun Xiaoyao had been studying it. One of the changes was to merge the 6 martial arts dermic powers into the 6 reincarnation vortexes. This punch was equivalent to using 6 different martial arts and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist at the same time. The power was unimaginable. Heavenly God Spear, Army Attack Formula, Seal of the Human Ruler, Sword of the Immortal Slayer, Sword of the Primitive Emperor, True Dragon Sky, Imprisonment Technique. Jun Xiaoyao used 6 different martial arts at the same time, turning them into 6 reincarnation vortexes. Each vortex was a martial art, in addition to the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist itself. This punch caused the void to tremble violently. The space cages set up by the important figures in the surroundings were directly shattered, turning into countless void fragments. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was completely unearthed by Jun Xiaoyao. This punch could destroy the heavens and drag all living beings into the cycle of death. So powerful. What kind of terrifying fist technique is this? It can control other martial arts dermic powers? Some of the elites were stunned. They had never seen or heard of such a powerful fist technique. This fist technique. Wang Chuan's eyes lit up. He was very excited. He could feel that this fist technique was very compatible with his sacred reincarnation constitution. It was tailor-made for him. Of course, Jun Xiaoyao could also control the 6 paths of reincarnation fist perfectly. Because his bones of supremacy contain the reincarnation divine power, he could also unleash the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist to the extreme. I must perform well. I hope that young master will bestow this fist technique to me in the future. Wang Chuan made up his mind. Just for this 6 paths of reincarnation fist, he had to sincerely submit to Jun Xiaoyao. Rumble. Jun Xiaoyao's terrifying fist crushed the void. The 6 reincarnation vortexes with unparalleled power crushed Princess Longji. Princess Longji couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Because Jun Xiaoyao's attack was too powerful, there was no way to counter it. Wrath of the Ancient Emperor. Princess Longji activated her ancient emperor bloodline to the extreme. The dragon's shadow behind her also let out a roar that shook the 9 heavens. The 2 attacks collided with a loud bang. An incomparably dazzling brilliance burst out. Terrifying ripples spread out in all directions, sending many cultivators flying. In this extreme collision, Princess Longji's soft armor shattered. Cracks spread across her jade body. She spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with her shattered organs. His entire body was like a cannonball, crashing into a mountain ridge with a loud bang, smashing the mountain peak into pieces. Jun Xiaoyao stood in the 9 heavens unmoving. The blue sky ancestral dragon armor on his body helped him block the aftershock. A single punch from Jun Xiaoyao would determine the outcome of the battle.